Hey guys, tonight, we are letting go of everything we couldn't fix, answer, or silence today. We're going to sit together, not in a room, not on a screen, but somewhere older than memory, quieter than thought. The kind of place where you can hear your breath, and it sounds like part of creation's rhythm. Unless you've got wings, or your soul already signed the guest book at the pearly gates, you're probably joining me from a bed or couch that's seen a few sleepless nights. That's all right. That's exactly who this story is for. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while you're here, tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is for you right now. I want to know who's out there under the same stars. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The trees are whispering. You don't know how you got here. Not exactly, but the ground beneath you is soft with moss, and the sky above is clear in that way only dreams in heaven can manage. Leaves dance overhead like delicate green prayers, and the air carries a hush, like something important is about to begin. You sit beneath the first tree you come across. Its bark is smooth and worn, like it's heard every story the wind ever told. You lean back, and for the first time all day, you notice your shoulders are no longer clinging to your ears. A voice begins. It's not loud, it's not theatrical. It's like listening to someone you trust read aloud beside a campfire. Only the campfire is the warm golden light streaming through the branches and the reader. You can't quite see him, but you know. The first words come gently. The gentle answer turns away. Wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger. The trees nod as if they've seen this truth too many times. Even the breeze seems to pause in agreement. There's something about Proverbs, short-wise, but also playful in their own way, like God slipping life advice into fortune cookies that never expire. Some believe these sayings were never fully finished, that Solomon wrote them in layers, like a parable inside a proverb, inside a wink. Rabbis once taught that some verses had folded meanings, where a fool one day could become the wise man the next. Maybe even you. And tonight, under this canopy of calm that feels believable, a twig snaps nearby, not in fear, but in rhythm. Somewhere above, an owl hoots in perfectly timed agreement, like he's been waiting to hear that exact verse since Genesis 3. The voice continues. You don't ask questions. You don't have to. Each sentence lands softly like a feather from a dove with a theology degree. It's hard to think your own thoughts now, not because they're gone, but because they've slowed enough to walk beside you instead of running ahead. Even your anxiety looks a little embarrassed to still be pacing. And so you rest against the whispering tree, not asleep, not awake, just ready. The stars above you form parchment lines as divine ink begins to flow. Above you, the night unfolds like a scroll, unrolling in reverse from right to left, as if heaven still prefers Hebrew. The constellations align themselves into gentle rows, lines of light, becoming the margins of an invisible manuscript that stretches from east to west. You blink, and for a moment, it feels like the stars themselves are words flickering ancient syllables held up by quiet gravity. One star pulses twice in the rhythm of a comma. Another dips slowly beneath a cloud as if turning the page. A voice, still the same, still unseen, reads again. It is to one's glory to overlook an offense. And immediately the wind agrees, sweeping gently through the branches, with the grace of someone bowing out of an argument they could have won. God is reading tonight, but not like a lecturer or a preacher or even a rabbi. No, this is how a grandfather might read to a child who's pretending not to fall asleep. There's no pressure to understand, just to hear, just to let the sound carry the meaning for you. You notice your mind try to interrupt, just like it always does. But what about what they said? It mutters. But what if they're wrong? It offers again. But those thoughts are only scribbles, now meaningless scratches in the margin of the night's slow, sacred story. A theological mystery floats past your ear, soft as a moth's wing. Some scholars have long debated whether Solomon truly wrote all of these proverbs or simply compiled them. Was he a king or a collector? A fountain or a channel? Does it matter? A nearby tree creaks, not in protest, but like it's shifting its weight to listen better. In the branches, something giggles. You look up and realize the stars are moving again. They rearrange not with chaos, but choreography. Now they form the shape of a small scroll tied in ribbon, then a crown, then a sleeping lamb. Maybe wisdom isn't about collecting truths. Maybe it's about letting God rearrange the same truths until they finally make sense to you. Somewhere behind you, a stream laughs like a child eavesdropping on grown-ups. You smile, or at least your soul does, and the story continues. Your head tilts just slightly, not from sleep, but from agreement. The scroll of night keeps turning, and with it your thoughts begin to quiet, not erased, not banished, just translated into something softer, like doubts written in invisible ink, only visible to God, and even He chooses not to read them aloud. Someone is reading softly and the trees are leaning in to listen. The voice hasn't stopped. It weaves through the trees like incense rising from an unseen altar. But now, it feels familiar. Not just recognized familiar, more like remembered. You've heard this voice before, maybe not with your ears, but in that quiet part of your chest that tightens when you've been too hard on yourself. Or maybe it was in the rhythm of someone who forgave you before you apologized. That kind of voice. The trees seem to know it too. Their limbs sway in subtle agreement, leaves rustling like they're whispering to each other. Listen. He's reading again. The next proverb lands gently on your skin like dew. Better a small serving of vegetables with love than a fattened calf with hatred. You almost laugh, but not in mockery. It's just so real. You picture a lavish feast where everyone's silent and angry, and then a quiet little plate of warm soup and kindness. No garnish needed. That's the charm of Proverbs' sacred wisdom, yes, but with a wink. The divine with a side of domestic. God gently reminding you. He's not only the maker of galaxies, but also the quiet observer of dinner tables, awkward silences, and under-seasoned casseroles. A small white moth flutters by your cheek. It pauses mid-air, hovering just a moment too long, as if it too is listening. Then it drifts toward a branch, joining a collection of tiny glowing wings already gathered in reverent hush. You wonder, not out of doubt, but delight, if perhaps this voice isn't just God's. Could it be your own soul's future voice, reading back to you from a time when you finally understood? Early theologians in the desert once taught that divine wisdom was circular, that what we call new understanding is just eternity catching up with us. That perhaps the voice of God is also the voice of your most healed self. Some believe the trees were the first to hear scripture, before stone tablets or scrolls, that their rings hold the echo of every divine sentence spoken into air, that when we sit beneath them, we're eavesdropping on a conversation much older than language. And tonight, you're not just listening, you're being read to. As if heaven said, your thoughts are tired. Let me carry them a while. And so they are. One by one, your worries begin to lean in too, not to protest, but to surrender. Even your guilt closes its eyes. Even your shame shifts its weight to get more comfortable. Another proverb comes. The way of fools seems right to them, but the wise listen to advice. A nearby squirrel drops a nut, possibly on purpose. Somewhere off to your left, a leaf spins in slow circles to the ground, landing right beside your hand, like punctuation. Above you, the stars dim just slightly, not because they're fading, but because they too are listening now. And beneath the leaves, the familiar voice continues soft as mercy, steady as time. You rest your back against a trunk older than Genesis, and your breathing begins to slow. The tree behind you is unlike any other you've known. It doesn't creak or sway or groan. It simply is vast, silent, holding something deeper than bark and root. Its surface is cool at first, then warm as if recognizing your presence, adjusting itself to match your pulse. You lean fully into it now, letting your weight settle without resistance. There's no ache in your shoulders anymore. Your breathing slows without command. This tree, it seems, has no age, or maybe too much age to count. Some say that before Eden was planted, this one already stood tall, content, unconcerned with time. A witness not to history, but to truth. The voice resumes mellow and rhythmic. A heart at peace gives life to the body, but envy rots the bones. The words move through your chest like a breeze made of light. You almost feel the difference between envy and peace in your very bones. The marrow seems to sigh with relief. A few leaves fall lazily beside you, not in death, more like exhaling. The canopy above doesn't whisper this time. It simply listens. Somewhere far off, a gentle bell chimes, not from a temple or steeple, but from within the bark itself. A tone so deep, it resonates in your ribs, like a sound from before the flood. Early Hebrew mystics believed that certain trees were chosen vessels for holy memory. They called them etzim kaim, trees of life. Not just metaphor, but actual keepers of soul-deep wisdom. Some even thought that a few of these trees whispered guidance to prophets under cover of night. You wonder if this is one of them. You try to recall what kept you awake earlier. What worry, what regret, what sharp-edged thought. But your memory is softened here, wrapped in silence so complete it becomes sacred. The voice reads again. The prudent see danger and take refuge, but the simple keep going and pay the penalty. A beetle climbs lazily across your shoe, clearly unconcerned with any penalty. Somewhere above a branch drops what looks like a fig, and it lands with a hollow, muffled thud beside your knee. The tree seems to smile. Even your doubts have grown drowsy. They're like small children now, full of questions, but too tired to ask them. There's a comfort in knowing that not everything needs your immediate attention, that you can simply be. The tree expects nothing from you, doesn't ask you to be strong or wise, or even grateful. It just supports you, without agenda, like God does even when you're too exhausted to notice. The bark beneath your fingers feels like ancient leather. You half expect to find scripture inscribed into it. Maybe it's there. Maybe it always was in a language only your spirit knows. A breeze moves through the branches, not loud, just purposeful. It brushes your cheek like a kiss from someone who still believes in you. And the tree, the stillness, the voice, they all agree there is no rush tonight. None at all. Each word spoken seems to bloom, as if the air itself understands wisdom. There's something different about the way the next proverb arrives. It doesn't fall like sound, it grows, sprouting slowly in the space between silence and breath, like a wildflower pushing through centuries of still soil. The tongue has the power of life and death, and those who love it will eat its fruit. The words hang suspended for a moment, then root themselves gently into the night air. And the air surprisingly seems to respond. A gust rolls softly through the grove, but it doesn't scatter the words, it carries them, lets them spread like seeds. Your eyes trace the path of a dandelion puff drifting nearby, but instead of seeds, it holds tiny glowing letters, each one a consonant from the sacred tongue. You watch them tumble and spin, finally disappearing into the bark of another tree, like raindrops into a well. You wonder if these proverbs are more than poems. Maybe they're alive, not metaphorically, but literally. Living things breathing truth into the world, reshaping reality just by being spoken. A soft glow surrounds a nearby patch of grass. Slowly, tiny buds begin to open. Lilies, no too delicate. These are the kinds of flowers heaven grows just for moments like this. Their petals seem to pulse each time the voice speaks, like they're exhaling wisdom themselves. There's an old belief tucked into certain rabbinic writings that proverbs were not only spoken by Solomon, but also sung by the earth long before man was made. That these sayings were once whispered in Eden's rivers, etched in turtle shells, sewn into bird flight patterns. And that every time a living thing chooses peace over pride, another line of Proverbs is fulfilled, not in ink, but in action. The next verse comes soft and quick. A cheerful heart is good medicine, but a crushed spirit dries up the bones. You glance down. The grass near your feet has started swaying again, though there's no breeze now. It looks like it's giggling. You let out a quiet laugh yourself, and it feels like medicine. Not flashy or loud, just enough to unclench the part of your soul that's been holding its breath since Tuesday. The bark behind you pulses gently, like a giant heart beating once every 100 years. You imagine the tree chuckling too, in some deep way only forests understand. A ladybug lands on your wrist. It tilts its tiny head toward you, pauses, then continues its way, like a messenger on break. You nod politely. It's that kind of night. In the pause between verses, the world seems to lean forward, eager. Even time holds its breath, waiting for what comes next. You realize, not with your mind, but with your spirit, that these sayings aren't just for the wise. They make you wise, one bloom at a time. Maybe that's why they've lasted so long. Proverbs don't need to be explained, just planted. Let them sit in the soil of your thoughts. Let them sprout when you least expect. A tiny pine cone drops beside you. You glance at it and swear it whispered something in Aramaic. But the voice continues, and so do you. A figure joins, not to preach, only to smile and nod with each proverb recited. You sense him before you see him. A change in the weight of the air, a hush that feels less like silence and more like reverence. He doesn't arrive with trumpets or wings spread in theatrical brilliance, nothing like that. Just presence, soft and certain. The angel settles beside the tree across from you. He doesn't speak, not even in your mind. But you understand him, like a childhood friend who never needed to say, "I get it." He's dressed in layered linen that glows faintly, not from light, but from kindness. If kindness could be sewn into fabric, that's what he's wearing. His sandals don't touch the earth so much as ask permission to be there. The voice continues reading, still the same steady cadence. The wise store up knowledge, but the mouth of a fool invites ruin. The angel doesn't nod right away. He pauses, thinks, then smiles with the sort of quiet mischief that suggests he's seen this play out before in kings and children and prophets alike. He leans back, resting his elbow on a root, as if remembering a time someone confused loudness with wisdom and tripped over their own proverb. You find yourself grinning, not because the verse is funny, but because the moment is. And sacred things, it turns out, can be gently funny, like watching a squirrel try to drag a stick twice its size through a bush, or remembering how many times you've been certain about something only to realize God was chuckling softly the whole time. There's an old legend buried in the footnotes of obscure scrolls that certain angels are assigned to humanity not as protectors, but as listeners, holy companions, tasked with hearing scripture spoken aloud and offering no correction, only compassion. Not guardian angels, but nodding ones. They accompany no sermons, make no appearances in cathedrals, only sit with you when you hear something true. Maybe this is one of them. You shift your weight, careful not to disturb anything. Even the moths seem to hover more gently in his presence. The trees lean slightly in his direction, not out of worship, but deference, like old friends making room on a bench. The next proverb falls like honey from heaven. Better a patient person than a warrior, one with self-control than one who takes a city. The angel raises his eyebrows slightly, like even he finds that comparison a bit spicy. He gestures almost imperceptibly, as if to say, takes more courage to pause than to conquer. Then he traces a slow, invisible circle in the air, the universal symbol for let that one sink in. It does, and something inside you lets go of the need to prove anything, as if that verse washed your spirit's hands and said, enough striving. You're already seated at the table. A firefly lands on the angel's wrist. He watches it blink 3 times, then vanish into the dark. He doesn't move, just smiles. There's no doctrine tonight, no doctrine needed. Only a proverb, an angel, and your soul unfolding like parchment warmed by breath. The ancient king's sayings float to you like candle smoke curling around your ears. The voice flows on, gentle and unwavering, but now you can almost see the speaker, not in front of you, but in your imagination, as if memory and myth took hands and conjured a vision. Solomon, not the golden version from Sunday school murals, seated on a throne with cartoon lions and glowing crowns. No, this Solomon is older, quieter. His robes are dusty, his beard soft and gray, not white. He sits cross-legged near a smoldering oil lamp, scribbling into a scroll with fingers stained by ink and thought. And he's humming. Not a melody you know, not even one with clear notes, but a rhythm like rocking a child or waiting out a sandstorm with patience and a flask of water. A person's steps are directed by the Lord. How then can anyone understand their own way, he reads? You almost want to answer, exactly. The words don't fall with weight. They float, like candle smoke rising in tendrils that loop and curl before dissolving into the night. You inhale gently, as if worried breathing too sharply might disturb them. Solomon looks up from his scroll in your mind's eye and smiles faintly, not at you, but at the proverb itself, as if surprised it still holds power, or maybe grateful. There's a lesser-known tradition not found in the main texts, but whispered in the dusty margins of ancient teachings, that Solomon often muttered these sayings to himself before sleeping, that they were not proclamations from a throne, but lullabies for his own wandering mind. After all, for all his wisdom, he was still human, still restless, still full of questions he couldn't answer with gold or queens or fleets of ships. Some believe he never intended the Proverbs to be read aloud by others, that they were written as prayers disguised as advice, secret conversations with God that we were never meant to overhear. And yet, here you are. You feel a breeze curl around your ankle and rise to your collarbone, warm and fragrant like burning cedar and honey. Maybe even a little like toasted bread. The trees don't move, but their shadows do, as if the leaves have agreed to slow dance while the proverb lingers. The voice reads again. Even fools are thought wise if they keep silent, and discerning if they hold their tongues. Somewhere behind you, a cricket hiccups in what might be agreement. A squirrel drops something from above, perhaps a peanut, perhaps a theological counterpoint. You grin and the air seems to lighten in return. It's hard to carry burdens when someone wise is chuckling softly beside you. You realize your thoughts have slowed even more, like they've taken off their shoes to walk more reverently through this part of your mind. The proverb swirls once more around your ears, then settles across your shoulders like a warm shawl. No answers are demanded, no tests follow. Just one ancient voice still singing wisdom into the dark, still hoping someone will fall asleep, remembering the quiet things. He's reading not to teach, but to soothe, as one would to a restless child. The voice continues, but something shifts, not in volume or pace, but in tone. There's a lilt to it now, a gentle, almost musical rhythm. If accents exist in heaven, then this one feels familiar, like the cadence of your grandmother telling stories while peeling fruit, or the soft murmur of a parent tracing their finger under each word of a bedtime book. You've never heard God sound quite like this before. And yet somehow, this feels more like Him than anything you've ever imagined. The name of the Lord is a fortified tower. The righteous run to it and are safe. The way He says safe makes you exhale for the first time in what feels like years. Not the breath your lungs give, but the one your soul had been holding. The words don't push, they offer, like a cup of warm milk left on the windowsill or a worn quilt spread out beneath starlight. You don't need to understand every proverb. You just need to rest in their company. A gentle breeze tugs at the edges of your sleeves as if tucking you in. Fireflies blink in slow patterns nearby. Perhaps bored with pretending to be stars, they've decided to become punctuation instead. They hover in commas and ellipses, letting each verse breathe. There's a theological mystery tucked within this comfort, something whispered among early believers. Some ancient teachers proposed that God had many voices, one for each season of the soul. A voice for judgment, a voice for creation, a voice for awe, and then a voice for sleep. They believed this voice wasn't found in thunder or vision, but in small things, the hush of sheep curling into themselves at night, the rhythm of waves tapping against the sides of an old fishing boat, the murmur of doves settling on temple rafters. This is that voice, not to correct, not to command, simply to stay with you. Another proverb comes tucked so softly into the breeze that it nearly slips past. A friend loves at all times, and a brother is born for a time of adversity. The trees shiver in agreement, leaves clapping gently. Somewhere far above, a cloud drifts in no particular hurry. You imagine it's listening too, just a quiet passenger in the skies, riding along for the verses. Your thoughts, once wild and tireless, now feel like children curled at your feet, worn out from too much running in circles. Even your inner critic has fallen asleep with a crayon in its hand and a blanket halfway on. God's voice continues, not as a lesson, but as presence. No one teaches you how to rest anymore, but He remembers how. And tonight, He's offering it back. You peer into water and see verses drifting like lily pads. There's a shimmering to your left, not loud, not beckoning, just present. You rise slowly, not to escape the voice, but to follow it as one might follow the scent of something baking or the sound of familiar laughter. Between two low-hanging branches, you find it a still, round pond, nestled into the earth, like a silver bowl left behind by angels. It doesn't ripple, it doesn't glisten. It waits. The moment you kneel beside it, you see them proverbs drifting across the surface like lily pads. Some are vivid and sharp, their letters written in gold leaf that glows faintly under moonlight. Others are softer, their words dissolving at the edges like dreams fading just before waking. You reach toward one, not to take, only to touch, and the water shivers gently under your finger. The voice speaks again. The purposes of a person's heart are deep waters, but one who has insight draws them out. The pond deepens instantly, not in depth, but in mystery. You see layers beneath layers, a proverb resting on a verse, resting on a memory. Your own, perhaps. It's hard to tell. There's a legend, rare and mostly forgotten, that in certain sacred places like mountain caves or temple courtyards, pools of water would mirror not your reflection, but your spiritual echo. The part of you that God sees when He speaks truth, your mind hasn't caught up to yet. Maybe this pond is one of them. You spot a lily pad drifting with the familiar phrase, "Do not boast about tomorrow, for you do not know what a day may bring." You've heard that one. You might have even quoted it once, possibly while stressed and under-caffeinated. But here, whispered over this mirror of peace, it lands different. Not a warning, a comfort. As if God is saying, it's okay not to know. A soft plop beside you. You turn and see a small frog, solemn as a librarian perched on a stone, and blinking as if it too is chewing on the verse. Then it croaks once precisely and dives into the pond, sending a wave that swirls the words like stirred tea leaves. You chuckle quietly, reverently. The pond apparently has its own sense of humor. The voice speaks once more. Better to be lowly in spirit, along with the oppressed, than to share plunder with the proud. A leaf falls from the tree above and lands on the surface. Instantly, the words around it move to make room, not repelled, but respectful. Even in script, humility finds its place. And for a long moment you watch, not reading, not interpreting, just witnessing the verses float. Each one passes like a soft thought through your spirit. A few linger. One or two seem to pause directly in front of you, waiting perhaps for recognition. You don't need to memorize anything. These proverbs aren't here to be kept. They're here to keep you. The water sighs once, then settles again. Your reflection never appears. Only the word remains. The pages turn themselves, fluttering on a breeze with no source. Not far from the pond, you spotted a book resting on a low stone pedestal, as if the earth itself decided to offer a reading nook. No one is nearby. No angel, no priest, no librarian from heaven's archives. Just the book already open, and a single quill resting nearby, though clearly no one needs to write tonight. You approach instinctively quiet, like stepping into a cathedral where the air itself asks for reverence. The book is enormous, but thin, paradoxical, like most sacred things. The leather cover is etched with unfamiliar markings, symbols that shimmer when you don't look directly at them. Gold thread curls through the spine, faded and frayed, as though thumbed through by centuries of gentle fingers. And yet, it's alive. The pages flutter, not from wind, there is none, but as if they've grown impatient, turning themselves until landing on something meant for you. You lean in. The script is handwritten, precise, but flowing like rivers formed into letters. And in the center of the page, all a person's ways seem pure to them, but motives are weighed by the Lord. The parchment glows faintly, not blinding, more like sunrise light through closed eyelids. The sentence seems to hover just above the paper for a moment, before settling back down as though it had to stretch a bit to be fully seen. You think about how many of your own motives you've misunderstood, even the good ones. Times you were trying to help, but were really just trying to fix. Moments when you wanted approval more than peace. That verse doesn't judge you. It just nods knowingly, like a friend who's made the same mistake and then made it again with better grammar. There's a quiet crackle as another page turns. No rush. The journal knows your pace. You don't read so much as receive. You've heard tales mostly in whispered circles of desert mystics and scroll keepers, that heaven keeps a book not of deeds or names, but of all the questions ever asked by a soul. That angels dip their wings in ink and write them down, not for correction, for companionship. Because God values the wondering, not just the answers. Maybe this is that book. Another page turns. This time the verse is longer, curved in a spiral across the parchment. Whoever heeds life-giving correction will be at home among the wise. There's no sting in that line, only invitation. As if God is saying, come home. It's not too late. You've misunderstood yourself, sure, but you're still welcome at the table. A feather drifts down from somewhere unseen and lands neatly across the bottom of the page. It's white but stained slightly at the tip, like it's been dipped in olive oil and mercy. You smile, or rather, your spirit smiles, that subtle expression you wear only when your heart feels seen and forgiven, without a single word exchanged. The book remains open. You know there are more pages, but there's no need to rush. In this journal, time is a guest, not a tyrant. And the pages, the wisdom, the quiet nudges, they're all still turning, just fast enough for your soul to keep up. Winged whispers land on your sleeve, each bearing a line from Proverbs. A flicker at the corner of your vision draws your eyes upward. One moth, then three, then a quiet parade of them, soft-winged and silvery, flitting gently through the stillness like evening prayers with no urgency. They don't flutter randomly. They drift, moving with the same purposeful slowness as candle smoke or old monks on moonlit walks. One lands on your sleeve, It rests there without fear, its wings patterned not in circles or stripes, but in scripture. Delicate black lines form tiny Hebrew letters, ancient and incomplete. You lean in and the phrase becomes clear. A gentle tongue can break a bone. The moth shifts slightly, as if proud of the delivery. Then it takes off again, circling you, once leaving the scent of warm cedar and... Is that fig? You chuckle softly. What a verse. It's the kind of thing you'd hear in a tea shop from someone who hasn't raised their voice in 30 years, but could disarm dictators with a single look. There's humor in it, but also awe. The idea that gentleness isn't weakness, it's pressure applied with sacred precision. Another moth arrives. This one's wings flash faint violet in the starlight, and it lands gently on your knee. This verse reads, "A fool's mouth is his ruin, and his lips are a snare to his soul." You wince, not in offense, but recognition. The trees rustle in gentle amusement, as if they've heard this proverb lived out many times, even in their own forest. Somewhere above, a crow lets out a single caw, then goes respectfully silent again. There's an old midrash rarely quoted outside of dusty libraries that says God sometimes sends moths instead of messengers because humans are more likely to pause for beauty than for wisdom. That when a divine truth needs to be remembered by someone fragile, it is best delivered softly with wings. You sit very still now, letting them come. Some land, some hover, some circle your head like tiny orbiting scrolls. They whisper things in their presence, not full sentences, but knowings. One settles on the open page of heaven's journal beside you, blotting out one line of text, as if to say, "You've pondered that enough for now." You sigh, grateful, amused, comforted. There's something very God about letting moths deliver corrections and encouragement alike. Soft truth, gentle reminders, no lightning bolts, just tenderness and poetry in wing beats. A final moth lands on your shoulder. This one doesn't bring a proverb, but instead folds its wings and rests there as if to say, "You don't need another verse. Just let the last one settle." And so you do. The night feels thicker now, not in weight, but in comfort, like a weighted blanket for your soul. Above, a few stars blink slowly, echoing the rhythm of the moths. Even they seem content with the stillness. Even the sky is listening. You close your eyes not from tiredness, but trust. A golden pomegranate falls, and inside a hidden proverb glows softly. The angel has gone quiet. The moths have tucked themselves into the folds of bark and breeze. The journal remains open behind you, waiting patiently, like a faithful dog beside a warm chair. You shift your gaze forward again, and that's when you see it. A tree you hadn't noticed before, though you're certain it was always there. Its branches stretch wide but low, dipping close to the earth like arms, offering something tender. Its fruit glows, not garishly, more like the gleam of sunrise caught in honey. Golden pomegranates, full and round, dangle like small lanterns from branches the color of old prayers. You approach, drawn not by hunger, but by longing, the desire to understand something your heart already suspects. As you near, one fruit gives a small twist, then drops soundlessly onto the moss at your feet. It doesn't bruise, doesn't roll, just rests content, like it knows it landed exactly where it was meant to. You kneel. The skin gives way under your thumb, like warm wax. And as it opens, you gasp softly, for inside, instead of seeds, are tiny slips of glowing parchment, each bearing words of Proverbs written in gentle arched script. The first reads, Wisdom is more precious than rubies, and nothing you desire can compare with her. The light from the parchment flickers like candlelight, but it doesn't burn, it warms. Your hands remember old hopes, forgotten prayers, things you stopped asking for when life demanded more practical concerns. One parchment curls upward, like a scroll unrolling itself, revealing a second line beneath the first, fainter, almost shy. She is a tree of life to those who take hold of her. You look up stunned. The tree that bore this fruit, it's alive with rustling joy now. Its branches sway slightly, though the air remains still. You sense more than see that every fruit on this tree contains a proverb perfectly timed for the soul who receives it. There's an obscure tradition in the Babylonian Talmud that suggests the tree of the knowledge of good and evil bore pomegranates, not because of temptation, but because wisdom has always been a risk, a sacred responsibility offered in the shape of sweetness. You take another slip from the opened fruit. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction. You smile, not because it's funny, but because it's familiar. You remember hearing that verse once at a dusty church retreat, where someone with coffee breath tried to make it sound scary. But here in this forest, under this tree, it doesn't feel like fear. It feels like awe, like standing at the edge of the ocean and knowing it knows your name. A squirrel darts out, sniffs the discarded peel, then nods solemnly before darting off again. Evidently, the locals understand the protocol. You gather the last slip of parchment and gently place it into your pocket, as if tucking away a note from someone you love. The fruit's golden skin begins to fade, now folding into itself, returning to the soil. No waste, no decay, only transformation. You look up at the tree again. Its branches shimmer once, as if to say, "Come back anytime. We're always ripening." And once again the voice resumes. An old white owl watches nearby, as if he's heard these lines before. You hear it first, the faint hoot, low and unhurried, like someone clearing their throat politely during a library reading. You glance upward. There, nestled in the crook of a high branch, sits an owl, white-feathered, large-eyed, as round as wisdom, and as still as stone. He doesn't blink, he doesn't flinch. He simply nods once slowly as the next proverb is spoken. The one who guards their mouth preserves their life, but the one who opens wide their lips comes to ruin. Another nod, as if to say, "Yep. Saw that one happen last week." He ruffles his feathers slightly, the only movement he's made besides the nod. You get the feeling he's been here a long time, maybe since the forest began. Maybe since Solomon first scribbled notes onto goatskin parchment by lamplight. This owl knows things. He's not interested in explaining them. He just approves of the ones that are finally being said aloud. A moth flutters near him, brave or oblivious, and the owl doesn't snap or stir. He merely shifts his gaze to follow its flight, as if tracking the punctuation in a floating sentence. There's a rabbinic tale not well known, and often dismissed, that certain creatures were allowed to remember Eden. Not live in it, not return to it, just remember. Owls, they say, were among them, not because of intellect, but because of how silently they listen. The voice reads on fools. Give full vent to their rage, but the wise bring calm in the end. The owl nods again. You imagine him sighing if owls ever bothered with such things. The trees seem to sway in agreement, their rustling like a round of slow applause. You find yourself speaking softly, not aloud, just in your thoughts. Do you see how hard it is sometimes, Lord, to hold back, to bring calm? The owl tilts his head as if he heard and is mildly impressed you're still trying. A light breeze passes, and the leaves overhead shuffle just enough to let starlight pour through in thin strands. It falls across the owl's face, illuminating his features, and for a split second, you see something in his eyes. Not human, not divine, but deeply aware, as if he carries every proverb not in memory, but in bone. He lets out a single hoot, short, deliberate, and a nearby twig snaps even though nothing touched it. Perhaps the forest is affirming the lesson, or correcting your posture. It's hard to tell with holy places. The voice speaks once more. A rebuke impresses a discerning person more than 100 lashes a fool. The owl leans slightly forward like a professor whose favorite line just got quoted. He looks directly at you now, not to scold, but to see if you've begun to feel the difference between discipline and shame, between wisdom and noise. And you have. Not fully, not perfectly, but something inside is quieter, like the part of you that once reacted has finally chosen to observe. The owl blinks slowly for the first time, and then without a sound lifts into the air. His wings do not flap. He simply rises, as if the air parts for him out of respect. He disappears into the canopy, leaving behind a single white feather that drifts down and lands beside your foot. You don't touch it. Some things are better left as signs than souvenirs. You walk a path where saints once wandered, quoting truth to the wind. The voice continues, but now it trails slightly behind you, as if inviting you to move, not away from it, but with it. You rise slowly, brushing moss from your hands, and begin to walk. Beneath your feet, the ground is firm but forgiving, layered with roots that knot and twist like old hands gripping one another beneath the soil. Each step carries a soft, hollow sound, the sound of walking across memory. You realize this is no ordinary forest path. The roots underfoot are too intentional, their arrangement too deliberate. This path is woven, not grown. A whisper rides the breeze. Commit to the Lord whatever you do, and He will establish your plans. You nod instinctively, as if the verse belongs in your lungs more than your ears. A branch arches over the trail like a natural gate, and as you pass beneath, you sense it, not just footsteps behind you, but others long before you. There's a line in an old monastic text, rarely quoted in sermons, that says, "The saints do not rise from graves, they rise from footsteps." That the holiest walked paths that remember them, and their echo lingers not in stone, but in soil. You feel that now, as if this trail remembers Elijah's sandals, Ruth's tired ankles, maybe even Jesus's quiet walks when the crowds had gone and only trees listened. You pause where the roots cross like a woven mat, etched into the bark beside you, faint as if written by sunlight. Itself is another proverb. In their hearts, humans plan their course, but the Lord establishes their steps. You smile, not at the accuracy, but at the choreography. You've wandered so far, made so many wrong turns in life, and yet, here you are, still walking, still being guided by verses that showed up right when you needed them most. A squirrel darts across the path, dragging a twig twice its size with the determination of a prophet burdened with a message. You step aside to let him pass. He nods, possibly in thanks or judgment, and disappears into the underbrush. You resume walking slower now, with attention, with reverence. The roots beneath your feet occasionally pulse with warmth, like a drumbeat too low to hear, but too deep to miss. Each step feels like an agreement. You wonder if every saint who ever walked here whispered a line of truth into the air, letting the trees hold it so it wouldn't be lost. The voice reads again now, drifting from both behind and within. Pride goes before destruction, a haughty spirit before a fall. You step over a cracked root. Fitting. There's no shame here, though, no scolding. Just a reminder. A well-worn signpost along the way. You stop and place your hand on the trunk of a tree, growing slightly crooked. Carved faintly into its bark, almost sheepishly, is a name too smudged to read. But beside it, scratched clearly and deeply, is one word: forgiven. You run your finger over the letters. They're not beautiful, but they've lasted. And maybe that's what Proverbs are, really truth that doesn't need decoration. Just roots and repetition, and someone willing to walk slowly enough to hear them. So you keep walking, and the path continues to remember. You whisper a worry and the tree responds with a line of peace. The path bends slightly, drawing you into a small grove where the trees grow closer together, as if in conference. Their branches reach out overhead like quiet arms forming a chapel of leaves. The air here is softer, not silent, but muffled, like sound itself has taken off its shoes. You pause beneath a particularly large tree, its trunk wide and furrowed like a well-read scroll. Something about it draws you in, not just beauty presence. You feel seen, though no one has looked at you. On impulse, you speak. You don't shout. You don't recite a prayer. You just whisper a single worry, one of those lingering anxieties that clings like spider silk behind your thoughts. You say it softly, into the bark, into the air, not expecting an answer. The tree listens. You don't hear a voice, but something shifts. A breeze moves through its upper limbs, and one long branch dips slowly toward you, curving like the arm of someone offering an embrace. A single leaf twirls downward, catches a sunbeam mid-fall, and lands gently in your palm. On it, written in faint, perfect script, is a verse. An anxious heart weighs a man down, but a kind word cheers him up. You stare at it for a long moment, not in disbelief, but in recognition. That verse doesn't solve your worry. It simply acknowledges it. And somehow that's enough. There's a curious belief among certain desert mystics, kept mostly in oral tradition, that some trees hear more than others, not because of proximity to temples or prophets, but because they've been chosen by God to carry burdens offered in humility, like sacred voicemail boxes made of bark and time. You wonder how many whispered fears this tree has absorbed, how many late-night confessions, how many sighs from tired souls who just needed somewhere safe to unload. You exhale again, a deeper breath this time, and as you do, the branch rises back into place, slow and reverent, like a bow from an old friend. The voice returns, that steady divine narrator who's never quite left. It reads gently, almost playfully. A person finds joy in giving an apt reply, and how good is a timely word. You chuckle. The proverb answered the moment before you could even think it. Maybe that's the secret: wisdom doesn't chase you down. It waits quietly until you're still enough to hear it walking beside you. You look up. The leaves shimmer softly like stained glass, warmed by prayer. Another leaf falls, this one blank, and you understand not every worry needs a proverb in return. Some just need space. You step back, placing the first leaf gently at the base of the trunk, as if returning a library book you hadn't realized you'd borrowed. The tree says nothing more, but it doesn't need to. Your spirit feels a little lighter, and your feet surprisingly are ready to keep going. The moon filters through leaf and law, casting verses in silver across your lap. You continue down the path, the forest widening slightly, the trees standing taller now as though proud of what they've carried. Overhead, the moon has risen higher, full round, serene. But here it's not just a moon. It's a lantern of law, an old friend with soft light and even softer expectations. The moonlight breaks through the canopy in thin sacred beams. Where it touches, it transforms bark, becomes polished stone. Moss glows like velvet, and the path at your feet turns briefly silver, like the edges of an old Torah scroll. You pause on a low stone bench, half covered in ivy. The vines part as you approach, revealing smooth stone underneath and words, not chiseled, but etched by light. You glance down and read the phrase shining faintly across your lap. The Lord detests dishonest scales, but accurate weights find favor with him. An odd one, you think at first, but the more you sit with it, the deeper it sinks. How many moments in your life have been spent trying to tip the scales in your favor, over-explaining, over-compensating, over-promising? And how peaceful, how utterly restful it would be to simply be weighed honestly, not by performance, but by presence. There's a peculiar commentary buried in the writings of the Qumran community, suggesting that moonlight was once considered a form of divine measurement. That while sunlight exposes all things, moonlight reveals only what the soul needs to see that night. You feel that now. The silver glow isn't glaring. It reveals gently. Your imperfections are not ignored, but they are held in a light too soft to sting. The voice reads again. A person may think their own ways are right, but the Lord weighs the heart. That's the second mention of weights, of scales, of inner measures. A leaf flutters down and lands beside you, its veins glowing faintly under the moon's touch. It looks like a map, not of land, but of conscience. You trace its lines with your finger, and suddenly you feel seen, not judged, measured, yes, but kindly. Somewhere in the distance, a fox trots across the path, pausing briefly to glance in your direction. His eyes reflect the moon like polished glass, full of secrets and stories. Then he vanishes again, no sound, no rustle. Just presence and then absence, like wisdom itself sometimes. The forest around you seems to lean in now, not to press, but to cradle. You're being held, not by arms, but by truths too large for the mind and too gentle for the ego. The voice speaks one more line. Whoever walks in integrity walks securely, but whoever takes crooked paths will be found out. You glance at your feet. The path ahead gleams softly curved, but not crooked. It doesn't ask you to run, just to walk, just to remain upright, even if a little unsure. You rise slowly. The moonlight follows, and as you move forward again, you feel it. Not the burden of being watched, but the peace of being known. It floats back to you word for word, like a melody from childhood. As you walk, your pace slows without you realizing. The path narrows just enough to feel intimate, not tight, not crowded, simply close like a whisper in a chapel. Then, without warning, it happens. A phrase returns, not spoken aloud, not from the voice in the forest. From you, from somewhere deep, a memory long buried under grown-up responsibilities, crowded calendars, and you're careful pretending that everything is fine. Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. You pause mid-step. You haven't heard that one in years. You might have memorized it in childhood. recited it nervously in a Sunday school circle, fidgeting with your shoelaces while trying to remember what guarding your heart was supposed to look like. And yet here it is, not demanding attention, but gently resurfacing like a note tucked into an old coat pocket just when you needed it. The wind hushes. Even the trees seem to listen. This verse, it didn't come from the voice. It came from within. There's an apocryphal tale rarely shared and often dismissed that every child is born already knowing one proverb. A secret gift imprinted on their soul before birth. But the world with its noise and distraction often makes them forget. Until one quiet night the proverb returns. You don't speak it again. You just hold it like a warm stone in your hand. Your heart, the one you forgot to guard during seasons of striving and proving and hurting, it's still there. Beating hopeful, not angry you left it unlocked, just grateful you came back. The voice, as if respectful of the moment, takes its time before speaking again. As iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another. You nod. It fits. A reminder that we are shaped not just by solitude, but by others. The gentle ones who speak truth, without cutting, who hold us accountable. Like a gardener tends vines, not like a judge hands down verdicts. A leaf tumbles by, twirling like a ballerina across the air before landing on your shoulder. Written faintly across its surface, not inked, but imbued, is the same verse you remembered. Your verse. You pluck it gently and tuck it into your pocket. A butterfly lands beside your foot, rests for a moment, and takes off again. Its wings patterned with scripture you can't quite make out, like verses still being written. You continue walking the forest, hum soft and kind around you. Your feet feel lighter. So does your chest. Funny how one verse, the right one, can feel like a forgotten song returning to your spirit's radio. And suddenly the static clears. The voice speaks again, softer now, as if stepping aside to let your verse lead the way. The words of the reckless pierce like swords, but the tongue of the wise brings healing. You smile to yourself. You won't forget this one again. It sighs it gently, then offers a proverb perfectly timed for your burden. The wind has been moving quietly all night through trees, over water, along your shoulders, like a blanket someone keeps adjusting. But now it changes, just slightly. It begins to carry something personal. Your name, not shouted, not even spoken, just breathed like a lullaby exhaled from the lungs of the earth itself. It curls around your ear like mist. You don't hear it with your ears. You feel it with your spine. The way a child somehow knows when someone loving is near, even before turning around. You pause, you listen, and the wind sighs again this time. Not your name, but a response. A verse. Hope deferred makes the heart sick, but a longing fulfilled is a tree of life. It's not random. It lands exactly where you needed it, in that small corner of your spirit that's been quietly aching for something, for someone, for timing that never seemed to arrive. The proverb settles over your chest like warmed fabric, not because it fixes anything, but because it names the ache. And naming the ache is sometimes the only medicine that works. There's a Talmudic fragment, barely a line, barely remembered, that suggests the Spirit of God rides the wind more intimately at night. That when your heart cannot pray aloud, the wind delivers it for you. Maybe tonight the wind has read your unsent letters, your unfinished prayers, your unsaid I wish. It knows. Another breeze stirs slower this time and carries another verse, almost like a secret shared by someone leaning in too close. A longing fulfilled is a tree of life. You glance to your left. A sapling stands there now, young, thin, golden-leaved, where there was only empty forest seconds ago. It pulses with light, not bright, just enough to see your reflection in its bark. You smile, and the tree, because of course it's listening, trembles just a little, like it heard your soul say thank you. A beetle scurries past your foot, carrying something impossibly shiny. A breadcrumb, a coin. Perhaps it's carrying its own proverb. Everyone here has something they're meant to bear. The wind curls around again. This time it brushes your hair back like a mother tucking it behind your ear, and leaves one more whisper. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. And suddenly the night doesn't feel so large, or heavy, or unknown. The trees are no longer distant silhouettes. They're old companions. The moths no longer random. The moonlight no longer far. The voice returns, but it's different now. Quieter. As though it's no longer reading to you, but reading with you. You close your eyes, not to sleep, not yet. Just to feel the breeze a little more clearly. And the wind, having said all it needed to, moves on ahead. Something sacred stirs the smell of scrolls, temples, and hope. You wander off the main path drawn by a scent so ancient, so quietly holy, it stops you mid-step. It's not overpowering, not the kind of fragrance that demands attention. It's soft, familiar. Old ink, cracked parchment, olive oil warmed by sun and prayer. It smells like a study lamp left burning long after midnight, like hands that have turned too many pages to count. Like the quiet between verses when someone is just sitting with truth. The source is nearby, a small stone structure, half ruined, half preserved by grace and moss. A single archway leads inward, no door. Ivy frames the entrance like scripture in green calligraphy. You pass beneath it without hesitation. Inside, it's cooler. Still. Dust hangs in the air like floating incense. The walls are made of layered scrolls, not shelves holding them, but scrolls forming them. Scrolls that have become stone over centuries, their words pressed so deeply into time that even the silence echoes wisdom. A single oil lamp flickers in the center. It sits in a small bowl of pressed olives, the oil golden and faintly glowing. The flame dances slowly, casting shadows that resemble Hebrew letters on the floor. You step forward, and the voice returns softer now, almost reverent. The tongue of the righteous is choice silver, but the heart of the wicked is of little value. The words wrap themselves around the room. They smell like the ink that wrote them, thick with meaning, aged but alive. There's a belief spoken in quiet corners of old Jerusalem that some scrolls were not written with ink, but with oil. That the scribes, instead of pressing black into parchment, used scented olive oil, so the word would never fade, only seep slowly into the soul. You believe it now. You sit before the lamp, not to study, just to be near it. The warmth of the oil glows across your knees, and the flicker of flame pulses with something deeper than light, a knowing. Another proverb arises: the lips of the righteous nourish many, but fools die for lack of sense. The scent intensifies, not sharply, just more present, like memory stirring. You're reminded of people who spoke life to you. Teachers, friends, maybe a stranger at a bus stop. Their words were olive oil words, soft, lingering, nourishing, long after they were spoken. You wonder if any of your own words have done the same. A lizard skitters across the floor, pauses near the flame, and stares at it with the intensity of someone witnessing revelation. Then, as if satisfied, it disappears through a crack in the scroll stone wall. You stay seated, hands in your lap, breathing slowly, letting the scent fill your chest, your mind, your thoughts. Everything slows. Even the flame dims, not in exhaustion, but in consent, agreeing it's done its part for now. You rise, placing your hand gently on the doorway as you exit. The stone is warm beneath your palm, and you feel the faintest pulse, not from the wall, but from you. A single drop of oil remains on your fingertip. You leave it there. Even silence feels sacred, like space carved out for breath and rest. Outside the stone chamber, the night breathes again. You feel the difference immediately, not in temperature, but in timing. The air moves slower, the forest waits, and for the first time since the story began, the voice goes quiet. No verse follows, no whisper of wisdom, no gentle commentary from the wind or the leaves or the moths, just silence. But it's not absence, it's a pause, a divine inhale. You stand still, unsure. At first, part of you wonders if something is wrong, if the story has stopped, if you've wandered off script. But then something softer within you rises and knows this is part of the rhythm. The space between the notes, the rest in the music. Even God leaves room. You sit again, not because you're tired, but because the stillness invites sitting. The moss beneath you feels warmer now, like a well-worn cushion that's hosted saints, wanderers, and wanderers alike. Somewhere above, a branch creaks not as a warning, but like an old house settling into sleep. A few leaves drop lazily, uncaring of where they land. They have time. So do you. Theologians often debate the meaning of divine silence. Some say it is discipline, others say it is mystery. But the desert fathers, those sun-scorched sages who made homes in caves and questions, said that silence is God's bedtime voice. The voice he uses when he doesn't want to explain anything, only hold you. You feel held. Even your thoughts, usually eager to fill every crack, sit quietly beside you, like children who know they've been heard. Even your doubts tuck their knees under their chins and rest their heads on stillness. A squirrel rustles nearby, but even its scamper feels muffled. You spot it digging gently beneath a root, then sitting down as if to say, yes. This is the moment we don't interrupt. The fireflies have stopped blinking. They float suspended like punctuation in a sentence still being written. You place your hands over your heart, not dramatically, just gently, as if cradling a candle, and the silence deepens. There's a proverb you expected to hear tonight, one that would answer something. One that you kept hoping would show up like a letter in the mailbox postmarked heaven. But it hasn't come. And oddly, that feels okay now. Because maybe the answer wasn't going to be a sentence. Maybe it was going to be a pause that reminded you not everything needs explaining, that not every ache requires a proverb, that sometimes peace is just what happens when the talking stops and God stays. Still, present, waiting with you. You lean back against the nearest trunk, close your eyes, and feel the silence settle deeper into your bones, like warm sand, like breath held between two promises. And there in the quiet, between verses, you rest. Its breathing syncs with yours as the words continue calm and tender. You're not sure how long the silence lasted, perhaps minutes, perhaps a century, but you don't mind. When the voice resumes, it doesn't startle. It returns like a river, rejoining its bend as if it had only stepped aside for a moment to let you listen to your own soul. The righteous care for the needs of their animals, but the kindest acts of the wicked are cruel. And just as the last word softens into the air, you feel it. A warmth beside your thigh, a nudge, a gentle weight pressing into you without demand. You open your eyes, and there it is, a lamb, small, white, impossibly soft-looking. It's curled up beside you, its legs tucked under its body, like it's folded itself in prayer. Its wool glows faintly, not with magic, but with health, the kind of quiet radiance that only peace and good sleep can create. It breathes slowly, rhythmically, and before you know it, your own breathing begins to match it. Inhale, exhale, a sacred duet with a creature too innocent to know what fear tastes like. You let your hand rest on its back. It doesn't flinch. In fact, it leans into your touch, as if saying, "I've been waiting for you to calm down." There's a whispered tradition, more folklore than doctrine, that in certain moments of deep spiritual quiet, God sends lambs not as messengers, but as mirrors. Creatures who reflect the peace we forgot we could feel. And this lamb, this breathing cloud, reflects you now. Or rather, the you beneath all the noise. The part that never wanted much more than safety, softness, and presence. The voice reads again now in a tone that feels almost like a lullaby. A soft answer turns away. Wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger. You look down at the lamb. It's not angry. It never was. And you realize neither are you. Not here. Not anymore. There's nothing to fight tonight. No internal courtroom to argue in. No courtroom at all. Just this sacred animal, this softened breath, this old truth spoken without agenda. A moth floats past your ear and lands lightly on the lamb's back, nestling into its wool, like a tiny traveler finding a hotel made of clouds. You grin. The lamb, as if pleased by your amusement, gives a faint bleat, more sigh than sound, and closes its eyes. You've never felt more trusted. Another verse arrives, this one gentler still. Better is a dry crust with peace and quiet than a house full of feasting with strife. You chuckle under your breath, not mockery, recognition. You remember that feast. You've sat at that table, smiled through clenched teeth, passed the bread while holding your breath. And now here you are, no feast, no fanfare, just a patch of moss, one sleeping lamb and a verse that fits like a well-worn glove. You close your eyes again. The lamb does not move. Its breathing and yours continue in perfect holy time. An unseen hand pauses at a verse, one that feels written just for you. The story hasn't stopped. The voice goes on tender, patient, never rushing. And yet something unusual happens. The next verse arrives like all the others. But this one lingers. The heart of man plans his way, but the Lord establishes his steps. You feel it settle around you, not like a breeze, but like a weightless cloak draped across your shoulders, by hands too gentle to see. The lamb stirs slightly at your side, as if it too noticed the pause. It doesn't lift its head, just adjusts enough to show it recognizes a holy moment when one passes through. And then, silence again, but not the kind from earlier. This pause is shorter, specific, intentional. Like when a teacher holds the page just a little longer over a certain sentence, so the child will read it again. A moment later, the breeze curls around you, once like a page being turned in slow motion, and the voice whispers a second time, "The heart of man plans his way." That's when you understand. This verse is for you, not abstractly, not as part of the forest-wide lullaby. You tonight, on this path, with this lamb beside you, with this ache in your chest, and this question you haven't even spoken aloud. The voice doesn't explain it. It doesn't need to. Because the pause is the explanation. There's an old belief among scribes, rarely mentioned outside the inner rooms of study, that when a soul is ready to receive something eternal, heaven inserts a live-in pause. A moment where everything else holds its breath, while God bookmarks your story. You feel bookmarked now, not because the story is ending, but because something sacred has begun inside you. You look down and your hand is resting on your chest without realizing it, as if trying to hold the verse in place, like catching the last glow of a dream before it fades with the morning. A moth lands gently on the lamb's ear, then walks across its back to your knee. It pauses, then flutters away, satisfied perhaps that the verse landed properly. The voice remains silent a few beats longer. You wonder how many times this verse has visited you before, in sermon notes, in conversations on a mug in passing, and yet this is the first time you really heard it. Like a melody you've hummed, but never truly listened to until now. The wind shifts slightly. A tree creaks once, and the story resumes. But something is different. Not louder, not more dramatic, just anchored. You are no longer just following the path. You're walking with a verse tucked under your ribs, heaven's finger still resting gently on the page of your soul. Nearby water giggles like a child delighting in divine understanding. The path leads you to the sound of water, not roaring or rushing, giggling. That's the only word for it. Somewhere ahead, a stream skips over stone like a joyful whisper. You follow the sound until it opens into a clearing, lit with moonlight so clear it looks like liquid silver poured from heaven's pitcher. The stream is narrow, playful, more of a winding ribbon than a river. Its current doesn't rush, it chats. Water tumbles over smooth stones, like stories being told around a nighttime fire, each splash a punchline only the forest understands. You sit beside it, knees drawn in. The lamb curls up again beside your hip, its wool catching bits of moonlight like stardust. And as the stream burbles, the voice reads once more. The discerning heart seeks knowledge, but the mouth of a fool feeds on folly. Just then a sudden splash, a small fish leaps from the water, spins midair, then disappears with a plop so perfectly timed it feels like an exclamation mark. You laugh, out loud this time. A real full-bodied chuckle that startles even you. The stream seems to respond with a higher gurgle, as if winking, "See, you're learning." There's a lesser-known interpretation of Proverbs passed through dusty rabbinical lines that says, discernment is not about cold judgment, but joyful sorting, the delight of recognizing truth when it arrives, like picking the ripest fruit or catching a joke mid-sentence before it's fully delivered. You get that now. Another verse flows in with the stream's rhythm. Whoever gives heed to instruction prospers, and blessed is the one who trusts in the Lord. You reach down and trail your fingers through the water. It's cool, yes, but alive. As if each droplet carries a different proverb, a different insight. You imagine little molecules of wisdom bouncing off your skin and rushing on to the next listener. The lamb stirs, lowers its nose to the stream, and drinks without hesitation. You swear the stream hums a lullaby in return. A leaf floats past with a single carved word etched faintly into its surface. Listen. Not obey, not perform. Just listen. You lean in closer. The stream doesn't deepen, it opens. You begin to hear subtle phrases tumbling between the ripples, not verses, not complete thoughts, just textures of truth. Kindness hides in the quiet. Wisdom doesn't shout. Sometimes the answer is waiting for you to be still. The stream giggles again, and this time you giggle with it. Not because everything is suddenly solved, but because the truth, when heard rightly, is often playful, like a child handing you a drawing that says more than the sermon. You take a small stone from the bank, smooth, round, kissed by centuries, and tuck it into your pocket, not as a souvenir, but as a reminder that even wisdom laughs sometimes. You rise slowly, water still echoing joy behind you. And the voice, it says nothing for now. The stream has already said enough. Each leaf that lands carries a quiet commentary only your soul can read. You leave the giggling stream behind, though its laughter lingers in your chest, like a song you're still humming. The forest thickens again, just slightly, as if drawing its robe tighter in the cool night air. And then you notice it, the leaves are falling, not in great swirls or gusts, just one at a time. Slowly, deliberately, like commas dropped from heaven's editing pen. They land gently on your shoulders, your hair, the mossy trail, and every time one touches down, something settles in your mind. Not a thought, not a sentence, something more like a footnote. A quiet commentary you didn't know you needed. A leaf lands on your open hand. Its veins form a perfect outline, not of a map, but of meaning. And though no words are written, your spirit reads it clearly. That thing you said yesterday, you were too hard on yourself. Another floats by and brushes your cheek. It whispers, you were more patient than you thought. Then one lands near your feet, jagged edge dark like cinnamon bark, and it sighs. And yes, they were wrong to speak to you that way. But peace is still yours to carry. You're surrounded now, not overwhelmed, just gently blanketed by divine post-its falling from trees that have apparently been watching all along. The voice returns. The wise store up knowledge, but the mouth of a fool invites ruin. You nod, but the nod is different this time, less about agreement, more about recognition. You've heard this before, lived it, maybe even ignored it once or twice, and yet the forest doesn't scold. It annotates. There's a Jewish midrash hidden in the footnotes of commentaries older than dust that says the Garden of Eden wasn't just filled with fruit, but with margins. That the trees themselves would shed leaves containing insights too gentle for the main text. Not commands, comments. And you're in such a place now. The lamb nudges one of the leaves with its nose and sneezes softly. A puff of pollen rises into the air, briefly catching a sliver of moonlight. You watch it drift upward, then disappear. Another leaf spins through the air, lands on your chest. You lift it carefully. This one carries a feeling more than a phrase, something like, you're allowed to rest even before everything is resolved. You whisper, thank you. And for a moment, a breeze passes that smells faintly of ink and wild honey, the scent of sacred notations. The voice reads again. A person's wisdom yields patience. It is to one's glory to overlook an offense. Another leaf flutters down. You don't catch it. It lands near your foot. Its color shifts in the moonlight, from green to gold, as if saying that verse was meant for that moment last week. You know which one. You do. You linger there a while longer, just reading the footnotes falling all around you. Not with your eyes, with your breath, with your spirit. And the forest, it keeps commenting gently, faithfully. just enough for you to take one more step forward with clarity. You glimpse his heart, not prideful, but softened by time and grace. The forest shifts as you walk, not dramatically, just subtly like a dream, gently changing sets behind your back. The trees become older here, taller. The bark more wrinkled, the air slightly thicker, as if you're stepping into a place where even time has slowed to listen. A hush settles over the path, but it isn't empty. It feels expectant. And then you see him. Not physically, not in the way you'd spot a person at the end of a road, more like a memory walking beside your own shadow. A presence formed of story and regret, layered in quiet robes that trail like thoughts never fully spoken aloud. Solomon, not the king in his youth full of dazzling speeches and divine dreams. No, this is the older Solomon, the man after the temples, after the alliances, after the gold, after the women. After the wisdom had shown itself, not just in words, but in wounds. He doesn't speak, he just walks near you. Eyes lowered, hands clasped, not ashamed but transparent, like someone who knows that glory is real, but so is gravity. The voice begins again. Pride brings a person low, but the lowly in spirit gain honor. And Solomon lifts his gaze. You feel it, the ache behind those eyes. Not bitterness, not despair. Just the soft ache of a man who built kingdoms and still couldn't quiet his own soul when the lamps were out. There's an obscure legend, not canon, but preserved in certain Ethiopian and Middle Eastern writings, that Solomon wrote a second collection of Proverbs late in life. Not for public use, not for his sons, just for God, scribbled on scraps, rolled into clay jars, prayers wrapped in wisdom sealed in silence. Some say they were never found. Some say they were never meant to be. You feel tonight like you've stepped into the pages of that unwritten collection. The ones not polished for court use, just whispered into midnight air like psalms too tired to rhyme. A leaf falls near Solomon's feet. He notices it. He nods. The voice returns softer this time, as if it too respects this version of the king. Whoever remains stiff-necked after many rebukes will suddenly be destroyed without remedy. It's not a threat. It's a sigh. Solomon doesn't flinch. He's heard it before. Maybe even wrote it with shaking hands and a cracked heart. And yet, there's dust rising gently from his robe. Not the dirty kind light dust, like the ashes of burned arrogance that turned into something usable, something tender. He turns to you just briefly, and his eyes carry more than intellect. They carry invitation. Write better Proverbs with your life than I did with my crown, they seem to say. You nod. The lamb at your feet bleats once, as if to second the motion. Solomon smiles faintly, at that the kind of smile a tired man offers when hope surprises him. Then, like all sacred apparitions, he fades into the trees, not erased, just respectfully gone. And the voice speaks again, not Solomon's voice, but the one that's been with you all along. Wisdom reposes in the heart of the discerning, and even among fools she lets herself be known. You press your hand to your chest, not dramatically, just instinctively. Something was left there. Not regret. Understanding. And it is light. Like dust, clothed in light linen, she nods and leaves a proverb tucked in your shoe. You keep walking slower now, the way someone moves after hearing a story they know will stay with them. The trees give more space again, as if they too understand you need room to carry what you've just received. And then softly, simply, she appears. She doesn't arrive. She's just there ahead of you on the path, as though the air gently parted and allowed her to step into your timeline. A woman, not youthful, not elderly, timeless. She wears a long robe of linen so pale it glows faintly, as if dipped in moonlight and woven from the silence that comes just before truth is spoken. Her hair is covered gently in a scarf the color of olive leaves after rain. She walks with no sound, and yet her steps feel familiar, like echoes of every voice that ever offered you wise counsel, soft correction, or sacred patience. She doesn't look at you right away. Her eyes scan the trees, as if checking on the verses written in their rings. She nods at a squirrel, smiles faintly at a leaf. Then she stops in front of you. Not dramatically, just pauses, with the kind of presence that doesn't require introduction. The voice reads, "She is more precious than rubies. Nothing you desire can compare with her." You know who she is. She is wisdom, not as an idea, but as a being. Proverbs personified, walking in sandals that haven't worn out in centuries. The feminine form of understanding, appearing as quietly as breath, but as certain as law. There's a lesser-known early Christian teaching, almost forgotten, that said, wisdom. Sophia occasionally walks the world barefoot at night, checking to see who's still listening. She looks at you now, not to test, not to challenge, just to see if your soul's eyes are open. They are. She smiles, small, approving, and kneels. You hold your breath, unsure whether to speak. But she says nothing. Instead, she slips a delicate hand toward your foot. You feel a brief warmth. And then she rises and continues walking past you, her steps as soft as doves in deep snow. You look down. Tucked gently inside the rim of your shoe is a small folded strip of parchment. Written on it, in a hand more graceful than any script you've seen, is the verse, "The wise in heart are called discerning, and gracious words promote instruction." You bend to touch it, but something in you knows it's already yours. No need to unfold it. It will unfold through you when it's time. The lamb watches her walk away, then turns its head slightly, as if wondering whether to follow. But it stays beside you. And so you walk on now, aware that the forest holds visitors, not only trees and stars and verses, but people of heaven's choosing, arriving when hearts grow quiet enough to notice. Above, the moon passes behind a cloud, and for a moment, all is shade. But in your shoe, something warm presses gently against your heel. And you remember that you are still being guided, not only by the voice, but by the ones who walk with it. Now overgrown, it reminds you that even lost ways can be left behind. The forest turns again, not sharply, but with intention. The air cools slightly, and the shadows change shape, longer, now softer. Ahead of you, a fork in the path appears. One trail continues gently forward, the other veers to the side, marked by something different. You pause at the edge of the second path. It's mostly hidden now, tangled with vines, moss, and years of unchosen silence. The stones are cracked, the trail uneven. But you can still tell what it once was, a road walked by many, hard-packed and well-used. Once, now abandoned, quiet. There's something holy about the hush here. Not because this path was good, but because it was left behind. The voice, steady and ever near, reads, "The way of fools seems right to them, but the wise listen to advice." You feel it land differently. This isn't a scolding, it's a map. You step closer and look down. Faint impressions still mark the trail, ghost-like footprints perhaps, heavy with pride, some moving in circles, others stopping abruptly. There's no mocking in the forest's tone, only memory. A crumbling bench sits near the fork. You take a seat, the lamb curling beneath it, as though sensing this is a moment for quiet reflection. There's a Jewish parable rarely taught aloud that says every foolish path in a person's life eventually becomes holy if it is walked away from. That once a soul learns from it, the ground itself sighs in relief and begins to grow flowers where folly once stomped. And here now you see them, small blossoms poking through cracks in the old stones. Lavender, tiny white bell-shaped flowers, nothing grand, but undeniable. The voice continues. Fools mock at making amends, but goodwill is found among the upright. You remember a time when you wouldn't apologize, when being right felt safer than being whole, when wisdom seemed optional and correction felt like criticism. You remember. And yet here you are wiser, not because you never walked the wrong way, but because you didn't stay there. The overgrown path is no longer threatening. It's soft now, inviting, but not in the way it once tempted. More like a museum of what could have been, a place where even your missteps are compost, now feeding the flowers of your becoming. A beetle crawls past your boot, struggling with a pebble twice its size. It flips once, rights itself, and continues onward like it knows something about failure being part of direction. You look up and see a single branch stretched over the old path. It has a vine curling around it, and dangling from that vine is a small dried pod. Inside you sense are seeds, not of regret, but of return. The voice offers one more verse, gently now, like a parent closing a journal they once thought they'd never finish. Leave the presence of a fool, for there you do not meet words of knowledge. And without fanfare you rise. You don't take the old path. You don't need to. You honor it with a nod, and then continue forward. The lamb rises too, its steps light, its eyes kind. And behind you, the forgotten trail grows just a little softer, as if grateful to have finally been let go. Correction without sting, just enough to gently guide your next breath. The forest narrows now, but not in warning, more like it's leaning in. The path becomes soft again, moss giving with each step. Pine needles muffling your footfalls like the hush before a song's final note. The lamb walks ahead now, its hooves barely making a sound, tail flicking gently with a confidence that makes you smile. Then something catches your foot, not hard, not painful, just enough to make you pause. You look down, a curved stick polished by time and purpose, not fallen but placed, a shepherd's crook. The wood is worn smooth where 1,000 palms must have gripped it, and at the end it hooks softly like the curve of a question mark. You reach for it. The moment your fingers touch the grain, the voice speaks. Whoever loves discipline loves knowledge, but whoever hates correction is stupid. You nearly laugh out loud, not at the verse, but the timing, the bluntness, the honesty of scripture that doesn't wrap itself in pleasantries when truth will do. But there's no shame in it, none at all. The crook doesn't demand, it doesn't jab or press. It's there as if to say, would you like to be gently nudged in the right direction? You remember an old teaching, likely from a story passed between grandmothers and shepherds, that the crook wasn't for striking, but for redirecting. That the best shepherds rarely used it, because the sheep had grown used to the feel of their voice and only needed the softest touch to return. Maybe God leads the same way. Another proverb follows this one quieter. better is open rebuke than hidden love. It stings, but it stings like antiseptic sharp for a moment, then soothing. Like someone finally pointing out the pebble in your shoe you didn't realize was making you limp. The lamb brushes past your knee and nudges the crook with its nose, as if to say, "Even I know what that's for." You take a step forward, crook in hand, not as a weapon, as a walking stick, a guide. The forest path narrows slightly more enough to require attentiveness. You place the crook down once, twice, and feel it align with your stride, like it's been waiting to walk beside you all along. There's a third proverb now almost sung: the rod and reproof give wisdom, but a child left to themselves brings shame to their mother. Again, no fear in it, just an invitation to not be left alone. You realize something subtle but important: wisdom is not earned through humiliation. It's learned through attention, through correction you can trust, like a shepherd who taps once on the rock and says, "Not that way, beloved. Try here." A bird calls overhead, 2 notes, simple and soft, as if approving the turn you just took. The air thickens with cedar and wild mint. Even your thoughts begin to soften their edges, rounded by understanding rather than resistance. You clutch the crook gently, then tuck it under your arm. Not because you need it constantly, just because it's good to know it's there. And in that moment, a truth settles into your chest like a final punctuation mark. Discipline, when given by love, never bruises. It blesses. Bushes bloom into lessons, all unhurried and fragrant with meaning. The path opens suddenly into light. No warning, no grand reveal, just the gentle unfolding of the forest's edge into a garden. You step into it like someone stepping into memory. It feels familiar, but not specific, like a dream of Eden whispered through your bloodstream. Flowers bloom here that don't exist in your world. Or maybe they do, but not like this, not so vibrant, not so calm. They don't dazzle. They glow as if each petal holds a memory of being watered by wisdom. The garden is vast, but not overwhelming. Everything is balanced, wild and orderly. It's not groomed, it's guided, like something that grew under the supervision of someone gentle. At the center stands a small tree, only shoulder height, but wide with blossoms and fruit in various stages of ripeness. Around it, bushes curl inward, like sentences folding themselves into prayer. The voice returns, now soft and rooted. Through wisdom a house is built, and by understanding it is established. By knowledge the rooms are filled with rare and beautiful treasures. As if on cue, a bush nearby rustles and opens, not magically but organically, revealing a cluster of small red blooms shaped like tiny open books. You lean in. Their fragrance is warm, like myrrh and parchment. A soft wind turns a petal, and underneath it is a proverb not written, but formed by the texture of the leaf. A wise man scales the city of the mighty and brings down the stronghold in which they trust. You blink, then laugh. Even the garden has a sense of humor. There's a story more poetic than theological, that Solomon once planted a garden just for his parables. That each saying, when spoken with heart and humility, would take root in soil only God could till. And when he grew old, he would sit among those plants and ask them what he had really meant. You believe that now. This is that place. The lamb wanders ahead, sniffing a bush shaped like a question mark. It sneezes once, then happily eats a leaf that twitches in mock protest. You pass rows of fig trees whose bark is mottled with faint living script. You don't need to read it, you know it. These truths don't ask to be deciphered. They simply bloom. Another verse arrives. The fruit of the righteous is a tree of life, and the one who is wise saves lives. You reach up and gently pluck one small fruit from a low branch, round, soft, the color of a desert sunrise. You bite in. The taste is not sweet or bitter. It is clear like water, turned solid for a moment, and flavored with understanding. Your shoulders loosen, your spine lengthens. You are becoming part of the garden just by being here. The lamb curls up beneath the parable tree, yawning like someone who's memorized the gospel by napping through it with their heart open. The voice offers one final verse before pausing. Plans are established by counsel. By wise guidance wage war. You glance at the bushes, their gentle curves, their soft petals, their hidden strength. You realize this garden wasn't grown for beauty alone. It was grown for guidance, for strategy, for becoming. Even peace takes planning. Even softness requires strong roots. You sit beside the lamb, close your eyes, and for a moment, you don't hear the garden. You belong to it. Their gentle hum joins the air, speaking of time, toil, and eternity. You hear them before you see them. Cicadas, their song rises slowly, not a sudden swell, but a tide. It doesn't clash with the peace of the garden. It completes it. Like background music you didn't know was missing until it filled the air. But these are no ordinary insects droning their summer dirge. Their hum is measured intentional, less like noise, more like recitation. And not just any recitation. Scripture. You don't know how you know, you just do. Their hum patterns itself into syllables, into rhythm, into ancient cadence. They're quoting something. And not from Proverbs this time, from Ecclesiastes. A bush near you shivers. One cicada lifts itself lazily onto a petal and begins its song more clearly than the rest, a pulsing vibration that somehow sounds like the word meaningless. Meaningless. Everything is meaningless. You smile, not in cynicism, but understanding. There's something almost mischievous about how these tiny prophets hum. They aren't sad, they're amused, like creatures that know they've lived longer underground than most kings live above it and are wiser for it. The voice joins softly. To everything there is a season and a time for every purpose under heaven. The cicadas pause, just briefly, like a choir nodding to the conductor. You sit beneath the parable tree again and watch the insects shimmer in and out of view, wings like stained glass windows that have forgotten their buildings. One lands on your shoulder, vibrates for a moment, then lifts off again without fanfare. You remember a midrash you read once, or maybe dream that in the years between Solomon's Proverbs and his writings in Ecclesiastes, he spoke to the insects, not as a king commanding creation, but as a man trying to understand it. The story goes that cicadas were the only ones who answered back, not in words but in patience. A time to be silent and a time to speak. The voice continues. The forest hushes for just a second. The cicadas pause again. Then the hum begins anew, steady grounding, slightly amused. It's not fatalistic, it's restful. The sound of someone who's seen the cycle enough times to trust that it will continue without your panic. You realize even their repetition is sacred. It mirrors the spiral of wisdom, how we return to the same lessons, not in circles, but in deeper rings. Another verse arises from the hum. The race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, nor bread to the wise. A leaf tumbles through the air and lands on the lamb's nose. It sneezes once, jolting the nearest cicada into the air. The others don't react. They've seen worse. You lean back, lulled now by the steady rhythm. It doesn't pull you downward, it steadies you. Your thoughts quiet to match the tone. Your body softens, and just when you think the song might fade completely, the voice offers one final reminder. God has made everything beautiful in its time. He has also set eternity in the human heart. The cicadas pause, and that silence, it hums louder than sound. They shift above you into the shape of a wise phrase about mercy. The cicadas' hum fades into a hush again, like a curtain drawn at the end of an act, and the forest lifts its gaze with you. Above, the sky is clearer than it has been all night. You lie back not with decision, but with surrender, and the moss cushions your head as naturally as a prayer finds its way to the lips of someone who no longer needs the words. The lamb rests beside you, belly rising and falling like a second heartbeat. The stars blink softly. Familiar at first, their constellations gentle and ancient. But then, they begin to move, not chaotically, not with fanfare. They simply shift. One slides slightly east, another drifts down. Tiny sparks move like scripture, rearranging itself mid-sermon. The heavens rewrite themselves not for spectacle, but for you. And slowly the pattern forms. A single phrase written in stars unfolds across the sky, like the quiet turning of a celestial scroll. Mercy triumphs over judgment. You inhale without meaning to a soft gasp of recognition. It's not from Proverbs, you know. It's James. But it fits. It belongs. Mercy laced through every proverb you've received tonight. Mercy in every pause, in every metaphor, in every unspoken forgiveness tucked behind the trees. The voice doesn't speak it aloud. It doesn't need to. Because sometimes God shows the verse instead of saying it. There's a mystical teaching, not mainstream, but kept alive in whispers, that says the stars were originally shaped by the breath of God when he uttered the first words of Torah. That when his voice said, "Let there be," the stars lined up like punctuation, exclamation, and lullaby. And tonight, they've lined up just for you. Another star nudges sideways, just a dot, a flicker, and now a second phrase appears beneath the first, smaller, fainter. Wisdom rests in the heart of the discerning. You smile. It's your phrase from earlier, the one tucked in your shoe by the woman of wisdom. A holy callback, heaven confirming I didn't forget. You wonder just briefly how many other people are looking at the sky tonight, each seeing the same stars, but not the same message. Maybe this verse was carved in light only for you, a constellation of confirmation. The lamb bleats softly, not a sound of concern, but agreement. The voice speaks again, this time, like the low harmony beneath the song above. By wisdom, the Lord laid the earth's foundations. By understanding, he set the heavens in place. You feel it now, not just the truth of that sentence, but the weight of being a part of it. Not a spectator, a participant. Your chest rises with a long, full breath. The kind that doesn't ask for more, the kind that says enough. A meteor passes not fast, not grand, just steady, like a divine underline. And for the first time in a long while, you feel no pull to fix, to perform, or even to ask. You just watch the stars settle back into their original places, content that their message was received. And in your heart, mercy rests, not as a gift you have to earn, But as the sky's quiet reminder you were always meant to be forgiven, a tiny breeze carries his laugh, as if even he finds joy in the phrasing. The stars return to their rightful positions, calm and content, and you sit up slowly, limbs a little heavy, but in the way that good peace always is. The forest seems to have leaned back with you, exhaling from some invisible diaphragm, happy to let the sky speak for a while. And then the voice begins again, not from the heavens this time, but close right behind your left shoulder, like someone leaning in to share a secret with just enough breath to carry the syllables. Like one who grabs a stray dog by the ears is someone who rushes into a quarrel not their own. And in the pause that follows, it happens. God laughs, not thunderously, not theatrically, just a small sparked chuckle, like a father watching a toddler try to carry a watermelon, or a poet finding joy in their own rhyme. It's the kind of laugh that doesn't say, "You're wrong," but rather, "You get it now, don't you?" A breeze stirs the grass light and playful, and the lamb perks its head ears, flicking at the breeze's teasing pass. You grin. Something in you needed to know that God doesn't just tolerate the ridiculousness of life, he sometimes giggles at it. There's an obscure footnote in a scroll attributed to an early scribe of Ecclesiastes. It claims that laughter is the holy punctuation of wisdom, that wherever truth hits too close to home, a divine chuckle is offered as a balm to the ego. You feel that now. Another verse follows, riding the breeze, like it knows the punchline before it lands. Even fools are thought wise if they keep silent, and discerning if they hold their tongues. You laugh this time, a real one, because you've been that fool more than once. Maybe earlier this week, and somehow knowing that truth without shame makes it easier to carry. The lamb lets out a small snort. Coincidence? Possibly not. You look down and notice that 2 fireflies have landed side by side on your forearm, blinking in perfect alternation. 1, 2. 1, 2. You don't speak insect Morse code, but if you did, you're sure they're tapping out something like, "Welcome to the joke." The voice, still smiling, somehow continues. A cheerful heart is good medicine, but a crushed spirit dries up the bones. You feel it settle across your shoulders like a warm towel after a swim. Laughter is not a distraction, it's medicine. And right now you are being prescribed joy by the one who authored wisdom and wit. You remember suddenly all the times Jesus slipped subtle humor into his parables. A camel through a needle's eye. A man with a log in his own eye judging a splinter. The kingdom of God compared to yeast, sacred joy, baked right into the message. Even God enjoys the occasional smirk at humanity's well-meaning nonsense, and not out of mockery, out of love. The breeze lifts again, and for a moment the forest sways not with solemnity, but with soft laughter. Branches creak like tired knees, shifting in pews. Leaves whisper like old friends remembering shared mistakes. And you feel lighter. The journey isn't shorter. The truth isn't less serious. But suddenly it's bearable. Because even here in this sacred forest of proverbs and quiet stars, God leaves room for joy. For the holy chuckle. For the moment mid-sentence when the truth is too beautifully real not to laugh. You sip from it and suddenly understand a proverb you'd never grasped before. The trail leads you now to a low, open grove where the moonlight pools still and silent, as if the sky itself has poured a basin of silver onto the ground. At the center of the grove sits a single stone table, round, smooth, and moss-covered at the edges. Upon it, waiting without ceremony, is a small clay cup. No carvings, no markings, no gold, just a vessel shaped by human hands and worn by divine purpose. You approach slowly. The lamb waits at the edge of the clearing, as if understanding this moment is meant for your lips alone. The voice, soft as ever, speaks. The purposes of a person's heart are deep waters, but one who has insight draws them out. You reach for the cup. The water inside doesn't reflect your face. It reflects a verse. One you've heard before. One you never fully understood. Until now, a fool finds pleasure in wicked schemes, but a person of understanding delights in wisdom. You didn't dislike that verse before. You just didn't feel it. It always felt sharp, distant, like someone else's warning. But now, in the presence of this cup, this hush, it feels different. You lift it to your lips. The water is neither warm nor cold. Just right, just true. It doesn't shock or dazzle. It settles, like oil poured into a lantern. As you drink, something shifts inside you. Not enlightenment, not euphoria, clarity. You realize that some proverbs only bloom when your soul is quiet enough to receive them, like seeds that only open beneath moonlight and still waters. There's a tale whispered among ancient desert communities that Solomon, near the end of his life, stopped speaking aloud for long stretches. He would drink from a clay vessel each night and meditate on the same proverb until it spoke back. This, they said, is how he began to feel wisdom, not just recite it. And tonight it speaks to you too. You set the cup down, not empty, just fulfilled. As if it knew how much your heart needed to sip and not swallow. To linger, to taste truth instead of chase it. The voice offers another proverb. The lips of the righteous nourish many, but fools die for lack of sense. It doesn't sting. You aren't being corrected, you're being fed. You remember every time you spoke before, thinking judged without listening, assumed before asking, not with shame, just honesty. The kind that follows a good meal, the kind that fills without weighing down. You glance again at the cup. Its rim is chipped, its glaze worn, and still it holds the waters that just changed your understanding. Maybe the most sacred things don't sparkle. Maybe they're just simple enough to remain. The lamb approaches now slowly and nudges the base of the table. A second cup appears. You don't question how. It's not for you to explain the miracles here, only to nod, to witness, to remember. You touch the clay once more, and from deep within your heart a proverb you never memorized rises like morning light. Wisdom is proved right by all her children. You don't know where that verse came from. You just know it's real. And for the first time it fits like water in your spirit's own cup. It blinks, pauses, blinks again, as if underlining each line in glowing rhythm. The clay cup rests where you left it, glistening slightly with dew, now as if it too has breathed and let go. You rise slowly, not from duty, but because the stillness is guiding your body forward. The garden dims slightly, not in darkness, but in focus. That's when you see it. A single firefly, not floating randomly through the air like the others from earlier. This one moves with precision. Purpose. It blinks once, a pause, then twice, in rapid succession, then once more. You instinctively follow. It dances ahead of you down a narrow vine-lined path, blinking as it goes. Blink, 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 blink. You don't know what it means, not with your mind, but your body seems to understand. Like following a melody you didn't realize you knew by heart. The voice comes again, softer now, almost amused at how intently you're watching the firefly. The path of the righteous is like the morning sun, shining ever brighter till the full light of day. The firefly blinks once more, lands on a leaf, and stays there. Its glow pulses faintly, not to dazzle but to highlight, like it's drawing a finger under a sentence in an old fragile book. You look to where it's pointing. There, carved into the bark of a leaning tree, almost invisible, without the glow, is a proverb you've never noticed before. The spirit of a person is the lamp of the Lord, searching all their inmost parts. You don't read it, you receive it. It feels like someone lighting a candle in the hallway of your soul, illuminating corners you didn't know you'd neglected. The firefly lifts off again and resumes its pattern. Blink, 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 blink. You follow deeper still. There's a legend found in the footnotes of forgotten scrolls that claims fireflies are the result of leftover starlight from the fourth day of creation, too small for constellations, too stubborn to fade. God scattered them across the earth, not to light the way in darkness, but to prove that even the smallest glows still carry divine intent. And tonight, this one carries yours. It hovers again, then circles slowly above a smooth stone. You kneel. The lamb settles beside you as if already knowing what's about to be revealed. Etched into the stone, lit now by that tiny floating lantern, is another truth. A person's steps are directed by the Lord. How then can anyone understand their own way? You exhale, not because you're tired, because something inside you has just loosened, released. The need to know everything, the urge to solve every verse before bedtime. The firefly blinks once more, not to guide this time, but to nod. Its glow pulses a bit longer, then slowly drifts upward, higher, until it disappears among the stars that once rearranged themselves for you. And you understand now, not all light comes in the form of answers. Some comes in blinks, in glimpses, in brief flashes of sacred clarity that say, you're not lost. You're just mid-sentence. Everything inside quiets, even your regrets. Take a seat and listen. It is midnight. You don't know how you know. There are no clocks in this forest, no bells or chimes or glowing screens. And yet something in the air shifts a kind of stillness that doesn't silence things, but settles them. The wind lowers its voice, the leaves lean in, even the stars seem to dim slightly, not disappearing but bowing, as if this hour is sacred in a way no calendar can define. And within you stillness, not because everything is solved, not because you've reached some grand resolution, but because even your unrest has grown weary. Even your regrets, usually pacing in the back of your mind like anxious ushers, now take their seats and fold their hands in reverent silence. The voice returns slower now. Not from above, not around you, but from within. A heart at peace gives life to the body, but envy rots the bones. You feel that truth deep, not in your intellect, but in your ribs, as if your own bones heard the verse and loosened their grip, stretching for the first time in days, maybe weeks. A small candle flickers to your left one that wasn't there before. Its light is soft, golden, warm, like the inside of a memory. You lean toward it slightly, and in its glow, a thought surfaces. Maybe peace isn't what you find. Maybe it's what finds you when you finally stop resisting the quiet. There's a teaching from a nearly forgotten monk, a man who lived alone for 40 years and wrote only one sentence that says, "Midnight does not ask for explanations. It only asks you to stop lying to yourself." You remember that now. And in this quiet moment, the lies dissolve. The voice speaks again. Better a little with the fear of the Lord than great wealth with turmoil. You nod not because you lack turmoil, but because you see it differently now. It's not your master, just a visitor. A restless one, perhaps, but not eternal. You place your hand on your chest. Feel the gentle thump beneath it. It's not racing, it's listening. Even your thoughts, those constant spiraling sentences, have slowed into gentler shapes, like clouds no longer forming storms, just drifting with nowhere to be. The lamb at your side curls closer, its breath warm against your calf. One soft exhale, one soft inhale. Again, again. It is not worried, it trusts the hour. And so do you. The voice pauses. Then a final verse this time, spoken like a friend who's no longer preaching, but sharing something they had to learn the hard way. Better a dry crust with peace and quiet than a house full of feasting with strife. And suddenly you don't feel hungry, or behind, or late to your life. You just feel here, at midnight, at peace, at last. Softly lines are whispered that seem made from your very thoughts. The candle beside you burns lower now, not from exhaustion, but from completion, as if it knows it has done enough, said what needed to be said, and now rests without apology. The forest has settled fully into midnight, not just in time, but in temperament. The trees no longer reach, they hold. The breeze no longer wanders, it stays. And the stars, they no longer rearrange, they watch. You sit, quietly, breath steady, heart soft. And then it begins, not a reading, a whisper. The voice, more intimate than before, begins to speak again, but this time not in the tone of scripture for all. These proverbs are not general, they are not shared, they are not posted on temple doors or etched in stone. These are for you. You are not your last mistake. That's not the text of Proverbs, not word for word, but somehow it is. A paraphrased mercy, a secret verse curled inside the ones you've already heard, like God scribbled it in the margins just for your eyes. Then another, the wounds you hide are seen, and still you are loved. The lamb doesn't stir. It knows this part of the story. This is the hour where even silence is sanctified. Another whisper. Do not measure your strength by how quietly you've suffered. Your shoulders fall a little more, and then gently, as if turning to face you fully. For the first time, the voice recites a true proverb now, one you've heard. But tonight, it lands with the force of destiny. Hope deferred makes the heart sick, but a longing fulfilled is a tree of life. You feel your throat tighten, because yes, you've been sick with delay, with waiting, with the ache of not yet. You've walked with it so long, it's become part of your stride. But here in this hush, you realize that the ache was never the end of the story. It was the soil. And what's growing from it now is life. A small vine curls near your foot, new green and flowering with something unfamiliar. You don't need to name it, you just need to let it grow. Another soft sentence rises not from the voice, but from inside you now. Like your own soul has begun to remember things. It forgot. It knew God is not measuring your faith by how loud it is. You close your eyes, and still the verses continue, not chanted, not chiseled, woven. The righteous fall 7 times, and still rise. Better to be overlooked than to be admired and unrooted. You are allowed to rest before you're finished. You don't write these down, you don't repeat them, you receive them, like rain you didn't know your garden was thirsty for. The lamb sighs, and so do you. Somewhere an owl hoots, once then falls quiet again, as if nodding in agreement that this part of the forest was always reserved for verses no one else could hear. And you sit, not asking for more, not clinging to what came. Because some proverbs don't need to be remembered forever. They just need to be heard once at the right time, with the right heart. And tonight, that heart is yours. You sit beside old versions of yourself, and no one has anything unkind to say. The path winds again, not sharply but gently, like a memory curling back into view. And there ahead of you, beneath an arched canopy of olive branches, is a wooden bench. It's old, moss along the feet, a few hairline cracks in the wood, but it's sturdy like it's held many stories. You hesitate for a moment, unsure why. Something about the bench feels familiar. You step closer and see who's sitting there. You, but not now you. Then you. Versions of yourself you almost forgot or tried to. There's one with weary eyes, shoulders tense from too many days of pretending everything's fine. Another sits barefoot, still believing the wrong things about love, scratching a question into the dirt with a stick. Farther down the bench is a younger you, wild-eyed, talking. Too fast, heart full of dreams that life has since reshaped. And then, the quiet one, the version that stopped speaking for a while when the world felt too loud to compete with. None of them speak. They don't need to. You walk slowly to the one in the middle, the version of you that tried so hard to get every step right and still tripped. You sit beside them. They don't flinch. They don't cry. They simply scoot over to make room. The voice, gentle now, speaks a line you've heard before, but never like this. Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. The others on the bench, the older, the younger, the trying too hard, they nod in unison. Not dramatically, just knowingly. There's an apocryphal tale, not canon, but carried in the hearts of mystics, that says each soul is permitted, once in their lifetime, to sit with all their former selves and offer no judgment, just presence. And that when this happens, the heart stitches a seam through time, not to erase the pain, but to honor its role in the making of the soul. Tonight is that seam. The lamb walks forward and rests its chin on the knee of the youngest you. That one laughs the sound bright and honest, and you remember there were days when joy didn't have to be earned. The quiet you, the version who held everything in, finally exhales. You both feel it. The bench almost sighs with them. Another verse, now this one almost a lullaby. The righteous fall 7 times and rise again. It doesn't finish the sentence. It doesn't need to. You're all still rising. Even the parts of you left behind. Even the ones you thought had nothing left to offer. You look down the bench and realize none of these selves want an apology. They only want acknowledgement. They want to be seen. And tonight, they are. No one is in a rush. No one is angry. The wind moves through the trees like a shawl being draped across tired shoulders. Even the stars above blink slowly, as if giving you time. You sit a while longer, then rise not from escape, but gratitude. As you walk away, the bench remains. Your former selves do too. But now they smile as you go, because you carry them now not as burdens, but as beloved witnesses to your becoming. Its words shift and shimmer as if your soul is the ink they're made from. As you leave the bench behind, the path widens slightly. Not much, just enough for possibility to walk beside you. The trees curve upward here, their branches reaching as though cradling the very sky, and the air feels tinged with gold, not the color but the feeling. Ahead, nestled atop a flat stone pedestal, lies a scroll. It is unrolled already, held open by 2 river stones, the size of your palm. The parchment looks impossibly old and impossibly alive, edges curling not from decay, but like fingers gripping a story too precious to release. You step closer. There are no guards, no angels with flaming swords, no tests of worth. Just the scroll, waiting. You kneel beside it, and as your eyes begin to read, the letters shift. You blink, look again. They shimmer not like an illusion, but like something wholly responding. The words do not simply sit there. They react. They adjust to your gaze, to your breath, to the invisible shape of your soul leaning over them. One line comes into perfect focus. The purposes of a person's heart are deep waters. You've read it before, but here it finishes differently. Q. And the Lord is the well, who knows how far you've fallen to find him. You freeze. That's not in Proverbs. Or maybe it is now. The scroll is reading you back. You trace a fingertip along the ink, expecting smudges. None. The text feels like silk, like memory, like something that came through you long before it came to you. There's an old tradition whispered among mystics and kept out of doctrine that some scrolls in heaven don't contain commandments or prophecy. They contain people, that their lives are written in sacred symbols, and when those lives are ready, the scroll opens itself and says, here you are. This is who you've been. This is who you're becoming. You believe it now, because this scroll, it knows you. Another line emerges, glowing slightly the way coals do, just before they fully catch flame. The discerning heart seeks knowledge, but the mouth of a fool feeds on folly. It doesn't scold, it remembers. The nights you fed on distractions, the afternoons you craved affirmation more than truth, the mornings you felt hollow but refused to rest. It remembers, and still it stays open. The lamb walks beside you now and places its front hooves gently on the pedestal. It peers at the scroll head, tilting like it too recognizes what's written. You laugh softly. Can you read? It blinks clearly, uninterested in answering. You look back one more time and find a final line, rising not at the bottom, not at the top, but in the center. Your story is not over, not even close. The scroll gives no farewell. It doesn't need to. You rise. The parchment remains open behind you, still glowing, still alive. As you walk forward, you realize some sacred texts are written in ink, some in fire, and some, the holiest ones, are written in you. It leans slightly as if to offer fruit, not proof. The path narrows once more, this time, cradled by stone walls blanketed in ivy and sage. You brush your fingers across the leaves as you walk, and their soft velvety texture leaves a scent on your fingertips, something between honey and dusk. Ahead, just beyond a bend, a single fig tree stands in the clearing. Its branches are broad and welcoming its fruit, full and low, like an old friend reaching out for a silent, tender reunion. It leans ever so slightly toward the path, not like it grew there by chance, but as though it chose to bend toward you. You slow your pace. There's no voice guiding you in this moment. Only a deep quiet, the kind that doesn't demand silence but inspires it. The tree has no plaque, no inscription, just figs. Some ripen to a deep purple, others still green. A few have fallen and rest gently on the moss undisturbed. The air here is heavy with a sweetness that feels ancient, not like dessert, but like a gift that has ripened over years of mercy. You remember a parable one Jesus told about a fig tree that bore no fruit and the gardener who begged for time. "Let it alone for one more year," he said. "I'll dig around it, fertilize it." But this tree never stopped waiting. The voice returns low and close, like a whisper resting on your shoulder. "He who conceals his sins does not prosper, but whoever confesses and renounces them finds mercy." You reach out and gently pluck a fig from the branch closest to your heart. It comes away easily. You hold it in your hand, round, warm from the sun, its skin soft as a promise finally kept. You hesitate for a moment, then take a bite. The flavor is deep, earthy, almost like remembering. And in that bite, something strange and quiet settles into your chest. This tree doesn't know what you've done. Or rather, it does. And it doesn't hold it against you. Because mercy, like figs, doesn't grow from judgment. It grows from time and tenderness and the refusal to cut down what might still bloom again. Another verse now, gentle. "A good tree cannot bear bad fruit, and a bad tree cannot bear good fruit." You're not sure whether the tree is good because it still bears fruit, or because it bore you through seasons when you didn't. Either way, it leans toward you, not with a test, but with trust. You sit at the base of its trunk, lamb curled at your side. Above, a few leaves flutter loose and drift down. One lands in your lap. You don't read anything into it, and that's the gift. Not everything is a message. Some things are just present. You finish the fig and rest your head back against the bark. And just before your eyes close for a brief moment, the voice whispers again. Mercy remembers the truth and still feeds you. It brushes your cheek, and you somehow understand a truth you've never heard spoken. You remain beneath the fig tree for a while, not asleep, not awake. Somewhere in that sacred middle place, where breath becomes prayer and stillness feels like music in a language only the soul recalls. Then, a breeze, not strong, not cold, but certain. It stirs your hair, brushes your cheek, and trails across your shoulders like the hem of a passing robe. You sit up alert, but not alarmed, and instinctively turn your face toward the movement. Nothing stirs the trees. No leaves fall, no branches creak. Only that presence in the wind, as if something has entered the space that doesn't need to be seen to be believed. The voice does not speak with sound. It moves, and in its movement, you understand a truth not like learning, but like remembering. It lands inside your chest like a word you've known since childhood, but never had cause to say aloud. You are still being formed, not sculpted with stone tools, not sanded into perfection, but shaped by grace that flows like air, slow, circling, patient. A verse arrives, not spoken, but breathed into you. The purposes of a person's heart are deep waters, but the one who has insight draws them out. It's the third time you've encountered it. And yet, each time it feels new, because you are new. There's a tradition among desert mystics, scribes, who never wrote on scrolls, only on sand, that God's greatest teachings are not etched, but drifted, delivered through silence, movement, breath. They say the Spirit teaches like the wind softly, but you'll know when it has passed. And now you do. You rise from under the fig tree, not rushed, not urged, but guided by something subtle. The breeze circles once more, swirling a spiral of dust and gold light in front of your steps. It doesn't blind, it reveals. You look down at your own hands. They are not empty. You don't know what they carry, not yet. but you know it's been given by the wind, by the word, by the journey. The lamb follows behind you, its bell which you don't remember ever seeing, before jingles just once. You walk slowly and the breeze plays at your back like a storyteller saying, "Go on, I'll catch up." And just before it moves on entirely, it brushes your ear with one last phrase. Whether you turn to the right or to the left, your ears will hear a voice behind you saying, "This is the way, walk in it." You pause, letting that line fold into you like a secret blanket tucked under your thoughts. The breeze continues forward. You follow. And for once, without needing proof or explanation, you trust the wind. It rests by a stone well, half full, still fragrant, still yours. The path drifts downward, now gentle and winding, like a lullaby hummed by the hills. The forest thins, revealing smoother earth beneath your feet, pressed flat by year of quiet footsteps, none in a hurry. Ahead, just beyond a small rise, stands an old stone well. Circular, unassuming, built from weathered gray rocks, stacked with the care of someone who didn't have time for beauty, but accidentally made something beautiful anyway. Moss trails along the cracks. Morning glories twist lazily up its side, asleep even though it's still night. Beside it a jar, small, clay, unpainted. Its shape is modest, wide in the middle, narrow at the mouth, and there's no lid. You recognize it immediately, though you can't remember ever seeing it before. It's yours. The voice this time speaks not from the air, but from within. There is treasure to be desired, and oil in the dwelling of the wise, but a foolish person devours all they have. You kneel slowly beside the jar, inside oil. Not much, just enough to coat the bottom and shimmer when the moonlight leans in. It's not glowing. It doesn't bubble or change color. It just is. Still fragrant, still golden, still yours. You reach for it with a fingertip. The oil clings thick, but light smooth as forgiveness, warm as held hands. You rub it between your thumb and forefinger, and its scent rises something between cedar wood and memory. You had forgotten this jar existed, but it had not forgotten you. There's an old teaching, one not often preached, but whispered from grandmothers to grandchildren, that each soul carries a hidden jar of sacred oil, not poured all at once, not found easily, but carried from place to place, anointed at moments we don't even realize are holy. Like when you forgave someone who didn't say sorry, like when you chose to rest instead of prove, like tonight. Another verse comes quieter now. The wise store up choice food and olive oil, but fools gulp theirs down. You understand now this jar wasn't empty because you were wasteful. It was empty because you were unaware. But still, there's oil left, and oil even in drops is enough. There's a moment in the Book of Kings, not often quoted in bedtime prayers, where a widow thinks she has nothing left but a little oil. And that oil, touched by faith, becomes a fountain. Enough to fill vessels she hasn't even borrowed yet. Maybe that's the secret. God's math doesn't work like ours. Enough is always more than it looks. You lift the jar carefully and tuck it beneath your arm. It doesn't weigh much, but somehow it feels like you're carrying a blessing sealed in patience. The lamb brushes against your calf, then walks ahead toward the next bend. And as you follow, the voice offers one final word. Your oil is not running out. You're just beginning to notice it. You walk forward and find yourself somewhere you've already been, but changed. The path ahead curls gently like a ribbon, folding back toward its own beginning. The stones beneath your feet seem familiar. The scent in the air rings a quiet bell in your chest, and something in the way the leaves part feels like déjà vu, but holier. You hesitate, not because you're afraid, but because part of you wonders, am I going in circles? The lamb walks beside you unbothered, as if it knew all along that every circle drawn by God is actually a spiral, a return, yes, but higher, deeper, truer. And soon you see it, the fig tree, the same one you rested beneath, only it isn't. There are now 2 figs on the moss where there were none before. The branch you plucked from has grown slightly. The earth under the roots looks freshly turned, like someone came by and gave it care. And then a step further, the scroll pedestal. Still there, still open. But the text has shifted. Now it's blank, as if your portion has already been read and remembered, as if you were never meant to read someone else's page, only your own. You look around and realize, this isn't repetition, this is revelation. A proverb settles into your ear so gently you almost miss it. Do not say, why were the old days better than these? For it is not wise to ask such questions. You smile, because even here, even in this sacred spiral, you are not being led backward. You're being reminded. There's a quiet belief held by old storytellers, not in scrolls, but in soul-shaped fireside tales, that every lesson from God arrives twice, once in experience, once in echo. And this is the echo. The place isn't what's different. You are. Your thoughts have softened. Your breathing has deepened. Your questions have stopped clawing at the door. You're no longer searching for new truths. You're learning to inhabit the ones already whispered. Another verse arrives, not booming, not instructing. Just present. The prudent give thought to their steps. You step forward slowly, reverently. You walk a few paces further and see, yes, the bench. The versions of you from before are gone. Only one remains now. The current you, sitting peacefully, eyes closed, breathing slow, as if waiting for your arrival, not with urgency, but with affection. You stand beside yourself for a long moment. Then the version of you on the bench fades like mist in morning light, not erased, integrated. Because you no longer need to meet yourself. You have become. The wind lifts once more, not guiding this time, just celebrating. And from somewhere above, the voice offers a quiet affirmation. This is the way wisdom works, not in straight lines, but in holy returns. It flickers not from failing, but from knowing you can walk without it now. The path darkens, but not in fear. It's the kind of dusk that follows understanding, the kind of dimness that doesn't conceal, but calms. The sky has faded into its softest indigo, and the trees stand still, like witnesses to your unfolding. That's when you see it. A lantern, hanging from a branch just above your shoulder. You don't remember it being there before, but it glows with a soft golden light, like it's been waiting until now to be noticed. It doesn't swing, it doesn't blink, it just rests like a wise companion who speaks only when necessary. You reach up and lift it gently from its branch. It's warm, but not hot. The glass is fogged slightly from the inside, as if it contains more than fire, maybe breath, maybe memory. The voice, now familiar and always near, says, "The light of the righteous shines brightly, but the lamp of the wicked is snuffed out." You know this isn't a warning. It's a reminder that what you carry isn't for show. It's not for performance or perfection or proving anything. It's just light. Yours, given, trusted. There's a legend passed quietly between mystics and candle keepers that says each soul is issued a lantern when their spirit begins to seek. Not when they've arrived, not when they're holy, but when they start. And this lantern, it's been with you since the questions began, since the ache, since the nights when you thought light would never return. You hold it now, and for the first time you realize it's dimming, not rapidly, not sadly, but intentionally, as though it knows you can walk without it now. You panic just for a breath, but the lamb presses gently against your shin, steady, unwavering, and the voice reassures your word is a lamp for my feet, a light on my path. That verse used to mean a flashlight, a way out, a beam to pierce the dark. But now it means presence, not escape, companionship. The lantern flickers once more. You're not being abandoned, you're being entrusted. Because some journeys require light, others require trust. You kneel and set the lantern down beside the path. The flame dances for a moment, playful like a wink, then settles into stillness. And even as it fades, you can still see. Not with your eyes, with your knowing. You rise, and from behind you the voice offers one more line, so quiet it almost disappears into the breeze. Wisdom is radiant and unfading, and is found by those who seek her. The lantern dims completely, but something in you begins to glow. It pauses at the fork, ahead, not lost, but asking you to choose softly. You've grown used to the rhythm now, the quiet pace, the hush between truths, the way everything in this forest breathes with you. The trees, the stones, even the spaces between verses. It's as if the whole path has been walking you. But just ahead the lamb stops. No sound, no warning, just a gentle pause. It doesn't look back, doesn't tug or wander. It simply waits. You step beside it. Before you the path splits in two. No signs, no arrows. No this way to enlightenment or detour to understanding. Just two equally worn trails, both soft beneath the feet, both lined with flickering shadows and the faintest scent of sage. You look at the lamb. It tilts its head. Not like it's confused, like it's curious. Because this choice, it's not a test. It's a trusting. The voice arrives not from behind or above, but from beside you, as if leaning in like an old friend over a fire's last embers. In their hearts, humans plan their course, but the Lord establishes their steps. There's no pressure, no urgency, just possibility. One path bends slightly downhill, curving into what looks like a grove of willows and water. The other climbs gently, framed by old stones and a narrow line of light. Both are beautiful. Both are true. There's a tale preserved in the oral traditions of an ancient desert tribe, long forgotten by most, that says each soul is presented with a fork like this once in every spiritual cycle. And the purpose is not to choose the right path, but to choose with peace. Because wisdom doesn't live only at the destination. She walks with you whichever path you take. The lamb doesn't move, it doesn't pressure, it simply sits. You close your eyes for a moment, and that's when you hear something surprising, your own voice, not your thinking voice, not your anxious one, but the deeper voice, the one that only speaks when you're ready to listen. It says quietly, you're not choosing between good and bad. You're choosing between good and good enough. And just like that, the weight lifts. You place your hand over your heart, feel its steadiness. You step forward. The lamb rises instantly, falling in line without question. You've made your choice, not by logic, not by signs, but by readiness. And as the trail begins to carry you forward, the voice offers one final gift. Whether you turn to the right or the left, you're not alone. For wisdom walks both roads. She just needed you to choose. You don't knock, you don't push. It simply knows when your spirit is still. The path you chose begins to narrow again, bordered now by tall grasses that hush and sway like old women whispering psalms in the wind. The lamb walks close, its hooves soundless against the earth, like even it knows this part of the journey is sacred in a quieter way. Ahead, a gate. It's not large or ornate. In fact, it's barely taller than you, made of smooth olive wood, its planks curved in a crescent shape, like it's been growing along with the land. There's no latch, no sign, no hinges you can see. Just the feeling that something waits on the other side. You approach slowly, not out of fear, but reverence. This doesn't feel like an entrance to a new place. It feels like a threshold. You reach for the gate, and nothing happens. No creak, no swing, no mystical unlocking. You wait, and then something inside you says, stop reaching. Not with your hands, with your need. So you let your arms fall. You take a breath, you listen. And then without movement, without touch, the gate opens. It doesn't swing wide. It unfolds, as if melting into the air like incense, as if it was never locked, only waiting for your spirit to settle. The voice returns gentle. In repentance and rest is your salvation, in quietness and trust is your strength. You step forward. The lamb walks beside you, its fleece brushing your leg. The space beyond the gate isn't a clearing, it's a stillness given shape. The trees are taller here, not because they grew, but because your soul has. The stars above hang lower, not from movement, but from permission. As if you've come far enough now that even the heavens are willing to draw close. There's a tradition buried in the notes of early monastic communities, one so rarely quoted, because it makes no demand, gives no instruction. It says God waits at the gates, not for obedience, but for silence. You understand now. The gate wasn't keeping you out. It was keeping stillness in. And until you matched its calm, it stayed closed, not to reject you, but to protect what lay beyond. You breathe again, slower this time. The kind of breath that doesn't chase the next, the kind that receives. You walk forward. Behind you, the gate quietly folds itself back into being. No locks, no goodbye. Just peace in both directions. And as your footsteps fade into the hush ahead, the voice speaks once more. This is the gate of the wise. It does not open to effort. It opens to trust. It's already set. Not for a feast, for a conversation you're finally ready to have. Beyond the gate, the path curves one final time before opening into a small meadow that seems untouched by time. The grass here is impossibly soft, not matted by footfalls, not marked by weather. It glows faintly in the moonlight, like a memory caught between dreams. At the center of the clearing, a table, low, wide, made of stone so old it looks like it was grown, not built. Moss gathers gently along the legs. Its surface is clean but not polished, as if someone cared but didn't try too hard. 2 chairs. One is already occupied. You approach and the figure becomes clearer. Robes like river, mist, a posture that humbles without trying. The face, gentle, familiar. Not a replica of paintings or icons, but the way your heart imagines God would look if love had bones. You hesitate, not from fear, from awe. The figure gestures to the empty chair, and you sit. The lamb lies beside you with a sigh, like it too has been waiting for this moment. There is no food on the table, no scrolls, no dazzling miracles, just space. Sacred, open space, as if the meal was never about nourishment, but remembrance. The voice speaks not with lips, but with presence. Come eat my food and drink the wine I have mixed. Leave your simple ways and you will live. Walk in the way of insight. You don't answer right away, but something answers in you. This is not a place for confessions or arguments. This is not the moment for questions like, why me, or why now? This is the table where you say things your mouth never knew how to speak. Things like, I didn't know I was loved while I was breaking. I thought my silence meant I had nothing to say. I didn't recognize you in the ordinary days. You don't say these aloud, but they are heard. Because this table wasn't set for food. It was set for honesty. There's a tale rare and half-remembered of a prophet who dreamed of a feast in heaven, where every guest brought only their truest sentence. Not their best story, not their most pious memory. Just one line. Here is who I've become. You reach for the table with your fingertips, and you say softly, I don't have a sentence. Only silence that finally stopped pretending it wasn't afraid. The figure nods, not out of pity, out of recognition, and replies that silence is the beginning of wisdom. No applause, no halo appears, just a pause. The kind that feels like a door opening inside your chest. The voice offers one more verse, old, yet new, as a breath. Blessed are those who listen to me, watching daily at my doors, waiting at my doorway. You understand now. This table wasn't waiting for perfection, only presence, and you showed up. So it was ready. Nothing speaks for a while, and that somehow says everything. You sit there longer than you expected. No clock ticks, no wind rushes, not even the stars seem to move. It's as if the entire meadow agreed. Let this moment breathe. Across from you, the figure no longer gestures or speaks, not out of withdrawal, out of fullness, like a well that has nothing left to prove, but everything left to hold. And you stop reaching for words, because silence, true silence, isn't the absence of sound, it's the presence of trust. You lower your gaze to the table. Still no food, still no flame, just the echo of every verse, every path, every pause that brought you here. You begin to realize this is not a break in the story. This is the story. The kind of quiet that collects meaning the way dusk collects light, slowly, lovingly, with no intention of keeping it all for itself. A breeze touches your face softer than before, and though no voice speaks, a line surfaces from memory, like a note in a song you hadn't realized was playing. Even fools are thought wise if they keep silent, and discerning if they hold their tongues. You chuckle just once, not mocking the verse, receiving it. There's an old story from the Desert Fathers monks who lived alone with the sand in the Psalms that tells of a disciple who begged his teacher for wisdom. The elder simply sat beside him and said nothing for 3 days. On the 4th day, the disciple cried out, "Why won't you speak?" And the elder replied, "Because God has waited years for you to listen." I thought I'd try too. You smile now, not because the silence ended, but because it held you without asking anything back. The lamb sleeps soundly, curled like punctuation at the foot of your chair. A period after a long, beautiful sentence, and still no one moves. The stars above blink slowly, as if sinking to your breath. You close your eyes, and in that stillness, something deep inside of you finally exhales. Not your lungs, not your thoughts, your need to be understood. Because in this silence you are, completely, not for your good deeds, not for your clarity, not even for your belief, but for your being. You belong here without explaining why. And that truth, it speaks louder than anything. You're not called to action, only to remembrance. Your eyes are still closed when it happens. It's not a sound exactly, more like the sensation of a sound, the way thunder feels in your ribs before it reaches your ears. A stirring in the air like breath, warming the back of your neck, like the first note of a song you once loved, but forgot you knew. And then gently, unmistakably, you hear it. Your name, not shouted, not demanded, whispered, but not the name everyone uses, not the one from forms and documents, classrooms and job applications. This is the name beneath your name, the one only God knows in full. The name that remembers who you were before the world asked you to perform. It brushes across your thoughts like a thumb across your cheek. And in that instant, something ancient stirs. Not panic, not revelation, recognition. The voice doesn't say more. It doesn't need to. Because when someone who knows you completely says your name with affection, no sentence is required. There's a line hidden in Isaiah, one rarely preached, often overlooked, that comes to mind like a secret gift. I have summoned you by name. You are mine. You open your eyes slowly. The table still stands. The lamb still sleeps. The figure across from you still sits, hands folded, eyes kind, like they've known all along this moment would come. They say nothing, but they smile. And the smile carries the rest of the message. Because the whisper of your name was not a call to do anything. It was a call to remember who you are, whose you are, and how none of this, not the wandering, not the worry, not the weariness, ever changed that. There's an ancient belief buried in Hebrew commentary, passed from scribe to scribe in handwritten margins, that says every soul's true name is kept hidden until heaven speaks it in full. And when it is spoken, that soul doesn't rise, it rests, because at last it's known completely. You press your palm to your chest. You don't say anything back. You don't have to. The whisper still lingers in the air, like a promise not yet fulfilled, but no longer doubted. Your name was never forgotten. And now that it has been spoken, you begin to believe it again too. Every root here was once a burden you released, now blooming in silence. Beyond the table, through an archway formed by two leaning olive trees, a garden waits, not in grandeur, not in rows. It is wild yet welcoming, like it's been expecting you without needing to prepare. You walk toward it slowly. The lamb follows, yawning once, as if even holiness needs to stretch now and then. The moment you cross beneath the trees, you feel it. The ground is different here. Softer, familiar, like walking through an old dream you almost forgot you planted. And maybe you did plant it. Here among the tall grass and shy flowers and vines that climb without asking permission are the things you once carried transformed. You recognize the shapes not as current burdens, but former ones. Over there, the knot of worry you finally released after that sleepless night in early spring. Beside it, the grief that didn't disappear, but stopped asking you to solve it. And beneath the willow, the unanswered prayer you offered up with trembling hands, no longer raw, now blooming in silver petals. A verse rises like the scent of jasmine. Commit to the Lord whatever you do, and your plans will be established. But tonight, commitment doesn't feel like effort. It feels like letting go. There's a quiet belief among gardeners of sacred spaces, whispered never written, that the soul's heaviest burdens, when surrendered, don't vanish. They root. And in time, when no one is watching, they grow into shade, into fruit, into beauty that didn't ask for attention. You kneel beside a flowering shrub you don't remember planting. Its leaves shimmer with dew that smells faintly like cedar and salt water tears. A single fig hangs from a branch above it, not the same one you ate, but a descendant maybe. You pick it gently. Take a bite. It tastes like peace that didn't come quickly, but came anyway. You lie back in the grass, letting the foliage cradle you. Above, the sky is wider here. You didn't realize how much space your burdens took until you saw how much room they freed up when they left. Not all of them, of course, but some. And maybe that's enough. The voice from somewhere deeper than your ears can reach speaks once more. Cast your cares on the Lord, and He will sustain you. You whisper back, not out of tradition, but because your heart needs to say it. I didn't think you were carrying them, but now I see. You were planting them. The wind sighs, the garden breathes, and you rest. It drifts from above, not to teach you, but to remind you how light things can be. You lie in the grass of the garden, half dreaming now, not from exhaustion, but from peace, finally allowed to unfurl. Your body is still, but your spirit has begun to float like a leaf on sacred water. And then, something soft brushes your nose. You blink. Hovering just above your chest, weightless, slow, is a feather. It spins gently as it falls, caught in no wind, obeying no urgency. Just drifting. As if the laws of gravity agreed, this one can take its time. You reach for it, but it lands before you do anything, right over your heart. No sound, no flutter, just a hush that makes the whole meadow seem quieter. The feather is pale gold, almost translucent. It's unclear whether it came from a bird or something less earthly. But you know instinctively this is not a random moment. This is symbol. The voice returns, but this time it's different. Lighter, like laughter without sound. Like the voice has taken off its shoes and is sitting cross-legged beside you. A heart at peace gives life to the body. You run your fingertip along the feather's edge. It's real, but barely. It reminds you of the burdens you used to carry like armor, heavy, sharp-edged, engraved with expectations no one actually gave you. And this feather, it doesn't fix anything. It simply proves you don't have to hold everything the same way anymore. There's a tale kept not in scriptures, but in lullabies hummed by desert mothers that says, every time a soul releases a burden, fully heaven sends a feather. Not to commemorate the release, but to remind you that weight was never the measure of worth. You sit up slowly, holding the feather in your palm like a candle's final flicker. The lamb noses your leg, then lays its chin down again. The meadow is still. You look around and wonder, was I always this close to peace? Did it live just one burden lighter away? You don't know, and for once you're okay, not knowing. You stand, feather still in hand, and place it in the fold of your robe, not to keep, but to carry forward. A reminder that heaviness is not holiness, and some truths are weightless on purpose. The voice drifts one final time. My yoke is easy, my burden is light. You nod and walk on, heart slightly lifted, shoulders slightly loosened, soul just one feather lighter. You peer into the water and see yourself not perfectly, but truly. The trail bends again, softer now, meandering like a lullaby, forgetting where it ends. As you follow it, the garden gives way to open ground, moonlit and quiet. Crickets sing somewhere just beyond the edge, their song not urgent, just present. And there, nestled into a shallow basin of stone, sits a well, not a deep one, not dark or ominous. This is a mirror well. You step closer. The water inside is perfectly still, not because it fears movement, but because it has nothing to prove. Its surface reflects everything above and nothing beneath. When you look down, you see yourself, but not just your face, not just the one the world sees. You see your tiredness, yes, but also your strength. You see the doubt still lingering, but also the faith that stayed even when no one applauded it. You see grief not as an enemy, but as a shadow your love once cast. You don't flinch. You don't smile to perform. You see, and the reflection does not judge. A verse arrives gently, as water reflects the face, so one's life reflects the heart. You breathe. There's a sacred practice mentioned in whispers by early Hebrew poets that says, this kind of reflection, the honest kind, where you don't look at yourself, but into yourself, is the first prayer God listens to before any words are spoken. You sit by the well's edge and touch the surface with one fingertip. The image ripples, and for a moment, the face in the water isn't just yours, it's every version of you you've ever been. The child who cried alone, the adult who kept pretending, the seeker who dared to hope again. Each reflection appears not layered but united, not as ghosts but as evidence. You have lived, and you are still becoming. The lamb rests near your knee-chin on folded hooves' eyes, watching the water too, as if it sees what you see and agrees you're not broken, you're still in bloom. You stay there a while longer, not to fix, not to analyze, just to be with yourself. And the water, it never turns away, never distorts. It simply holds the truth of you like a friend with no agenda. The voice low now offers one last line. You are not the reflection. You are the light that made it. You look up, and for the first time in a long while, you feel seen, not by the world, but by yourself. It doesn't remove the pain, it softens it, turning sorrow into shade. You rise from the well with slow grace, not because you're weary, but because something about stillness has become sacred to you. The lamb nudges your leg, once then trots ahead, playful again, as if the heaviest part of the journey has passed. And soon you find the vine. It trails along a broken wall, the remains of what might have been a small altar, or maybe a bench once meant for two. Now it leans sideways, half sunk into the earth, moss-covered, crumbling gently into time. The vine, however, is thriving. It wraps lovingly around every fracture, every jagged piece of stone, curling into crevices, as if it prefers the brokenness. Tiny blossoms dot the leaves, purple, white, and soft red, blooming not in spite of the cracks, but because of them. You kneel. Your hand finds one of the stones, cool beneath your palm. The surface is etched with old lines, not words exactly, but grooves that feel like memories. You don't need a translation. You know what they are. These are the places regret once lived, a conversation left too late, a truth not spoken, a kindness withheld out of fear, a silence you mistook for strength. But the stone doesn't sting, because the vine, that patient, wordless gardener, has covered the shame with life. A verse curls through your mind almost like the vine itself. Love covers over all wrongs. You rest your forehead against the stone. There's a tradition hidden in the writings of the early Nazarenes, a belief that regret, when brought, honestly before God becomes soil. Not shame, not waste soil. And from that soil beauty grows, not because you deserved it, but because God refuses to let even pain go unused. You look again at the vine. Its tendrils don't erase the broken wall. They simply reframe it, like a scar that no longer defines you, but reminds you that healing isn't just possible, it's beautiful. You rise slowly and take one of the small blossoms between your fingers. You don't pluck it, you just hold it there like the softest confession. I didn't get everything right, you whisper. And the wind responds not with words, but with warmth across your cheeks, as if to say you weren't supposed to. The lamb looks back at you. You follow it onward, knowing this much now. You carry regret, but it no longer carries you. And the vine, it will keep growing quietly, relentlessly, until even your oldest sorrows are shaded in grace. It rises around you, though no one sings a melody made of memory and mercy. The path widens again, bordered now by tall reeds and clusters of wild chamomile swaying gently, as if humming to themselves. You don't hear music at first, not in the way the world defines it. But your steps begin to fall in rhythm. Your breath slows. Your heart somehow keeps time. And then without warning, you feel it. A song, not coming from somewhere but surrounding you, like warmth, like mist, like remembering a lullaby you never actually learned, but somehow always knew. There are no lyrics, no melody line to trace, just the sensation of being sung over. You stop walking, close your eyes, and listen. It's not a choir. It's not even music in the strict sense. It's a harmony woven from everything you've just walked through. The silence that held you, the fig tree that forgave you, the feather that lightened you, the well that reflected you, the vine that covered what you could not fix. And now it all returns, not as thought, not as lesson, but as song. The voice re-enters not to interrupt, but to add to it. The Lord your God is with you. He is mighty to save. He will take great delight in you. In his love he will no longer rebuke you, but will rejoice over you with singing. You'd heard the verse before, but never like this. There's a quiet belief among the early psalmists, passed more often in breath than ink, that heaven doesn't sing at people. Heaven sings with them. And when you become quiet, enough, still enough, open enough, you'll notice the melody already began before you arrived. You are not the singer. You are the song. You lift your face to the stars, not to see better, but to be seen. And for a moment you wonder if the lamb hears it too. It does. It lifts its head and hums softly, impossibly. The sound barely more than a vibration, and yet, in it, is a truth more powerful than any chorus. You are part of the music. You don't need to perform. You just need to be. The breeze stirs again, not harsh, not cold, and carries the song onward like a thread being passed from soul to soul across the tapestry of time. And you begin to walk again, not because the song ended, but because now you're carrying it. You find it unrolled beside you, already telling your story, even while you sleep. The trail tapers off into a quiet rise, and you climb it without effort, as if the earth itself is lifting you now. At the top, a hollow opens wide, ringed by olive trees and soft moss, a natural amphitheater made not for crowds, but for quiet revelation. In the center, a scroll. It's unrolled, already resting on a wide stone slab. The parchment glows faintly, not from ink, but from presence. like something holy once touched it, and might still be touching it. You approach and peer down. The scroll is filled not with words you've read, but with moments you lived. There, your first prayer you didn't know was a prayer. Here, the moment you chose stillness instead of reaction. Farther down, the laugh you gave someone even while your heart ached. You trace your finger along the lines, and they shimmer slightly at your touch. You realize the scroll is still being written, but not by pen, by peace, by the choices you've made in this walk to listen, instead of rush to see, instead of strive to remember, instead of resist. The voice arrives softer than ever before, more like the voice within you than the one above you. Let not mercy and truth forsake you. Bind them around your neck. Write them on the tablet of your heart. You sit beside the scroll, cross-legged, and exhale. You don't need to add anything. The story is writing itself, every breath, every thought stilled, every burden surrendered. There's a quiet teaching from the mystics, one that rarely reaches pulpits, but lives in journals and twilight prayers, that says, God writes with silence what we cannot speak aloud. And you tonight have given him plenty of silence. The lamb lies beside the scroll, as if guarding it. You rest back on the moss, gaze tilted toward the sky, and notice the stars have gathered closer. Not to watch you, to witness you, as if your story is quiet and trembling and half-finished as it feels, is something heaven considers worth remembering forever. You smile, not for anyone else, just because it feels good to exist without needing to earn it. Your eyes begin to close, not from weariness, but from completion. The scroll hums faintly. Another line appears. It reads, "You didn't have to finish the journey tonight. You just had to stay long enough to know you're already being written into the story." And with that, your soul leans back gently, fully into rest. It glows low beside you, not for light, but for memory. You doze there for a while, not fully asleep, not fully awake. In that gentle in-between where dreams meet prayer and neither needs to explain itself. When your eyes flutter open again, the scroll is still there. But now, beside it a small fire glows, not a roaring flame, just a single low ember cradled in a circle of smooth stones. No one built it, no one lit it, and yet it's always been here. You scoot closer. It doesn't flicker, it doesn't spark, it just holds. You reach out your hands not to warm them. It isn't cold, but to be near something alive, something quietly stubborn. You smile, because this ember reminds you of someone. You. There's a verse half forgotten by most, but preserved in the footnotes of older translations that surfaces as if riding the smoke. The human spirit is the lamp of the Lord, searching all the innermost parts. You stare at the ember, and you understand this is your flame. The part of you that refused to go out even when exhaustion said, "That's enough." The part that stayed warm even under the wet blanket of doubt. The part that flickered, yes, but never gave up. There's a hidden teaching among the desert monks, kept in caves passed by candlelight, that says God doesn't look for bonfires, he looks for coals. Because coals stay, because coals know how to endure without applause. You take a breath. The ember glows slightly brighter as if responding. You don't need to feed it. You don't need to stir it. You just need to remember it's there. A gentle thought passes through. You think you're still proving your flame, but I've been watching your ember this whole time. You chuckle barely. The lamb shifts in its sleep beside you, and the fire. It doesn't flare. It knows. It knows you'll get up again tomorrow. It knows there will be wind and doubt and nights that feel colder than this. But it also knows you carry the flame, not loudly, but faithfully. You curl onto your side, the embers glow, painting soft orange shadows on your closed lids. And as you drift again into stillness, the voice hums quiet and close. A smoldering wick I will not snuff out. And so you sleep, not because the journey is done, but because the ember is enough to carry you forward. You find prints in the dust behind you, gentle proof that you've walked farther than you thought. Morning hasn't come yet, but there's a pale light beginning to gather, not from the sky, but from within the air itself, like a dream beginning to believe it might become day. You stretch slowly and sit upright. The lamb is already awake, blinking at you like a sleepy companion who doesn't keep time. And then you notice them footprints, dozens, maybe hundreds, all behind you, etched softly into the damp earth like pressed thoughts. Some are clear and firm, others are shallow, barely impressions. A few veer slightly off the path before returning again, looping back in grace, not guilt. You stand and walk to them. They are yours. Every step you thought was wandering. Every pause you mistook for failure. Every backward glance you once regretted. All of it has formed this path. The voice joins you in the silence, not to announce, just to affirm. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he will make your paths straight. But tonight, the path isn't straight. It weaves, it loops, it curves around grief and curls beneath doubt and dances near joy. And in its winding, it becomes beautiful. There's a tradition in one of the oldest oral scrolls, one rarely quoted, because it doesn't fit neatly into sermons, that says, angels do not follow straight lines. They follow devotion. And where devotion walks, beauty appears, even if the route makes no sense to the human eye. You crouch beside one footprint smaller than the rest, from a moment you slowed to weep. It's still there. It wasn't washed away. It wasn't edited out. Even that moment counted. You place your hand in the print. The soil is cool but not empty. It pulses softly, like it remembers how hard it was to lift your foot that night, how heavy your yes felt, how long your no had taken, and it honors it. You stand again, not taller, not bolder, just aware. You've walked farther than you thought, and more faithfully than you ever gave yourself credit for. You glance behind you one last time, then ahead again. The lamb walks forward. You follow, and from the quiet sky the voice offers one more whisper. You have not just wandered, you have witnessed. Every step was prayer. It hovers above, not to threaten, but to remind you not every shadow means a storm. You walk a little farther, lulled by the silence that no longer feels empty, only deep. The trees thin slightly, and the sky opens above you, a vast canopy of twilight still wrapped around the stars. But then you notice something drifting in, a single cloud. It glides across the moon's face, soft and slow, casting a dim shadow over the trail. It doesn't rush, it doesn't roar, it simply is. And still for a moment, your chest tightens. Old habits, old fears, old reflexes whisper, is this the part where it all changes but nothing happens? No wind picks up, no cold rushes in, no rain begins to fall. The cloud moves gently overhead, light effortless, and you realize it's just a shadow. Not a warning, not a punishment, not even a test, just a gentle interruption in the light. The lamb pauses with you and looks up too, blinking at the moon like it's heard this song before. You sit down again, letting the shadow pass over your skin, and for the first time in a long time, you don't flinch beneath it. There's a line in Proverbs that returns to you like a well-worn blanket. The prudent see danger and take refuge, but the simple keep going and suffer for it. But tonight, prudence doesn't mean panic. It means discernment. This is not danger. This is weather. And not every darkening sky means it's time to run. You smile softly. There's an old desert myth told by shepherds under fig trees and retold by grandmothers in cracked courtyards that some clouds are not born from moisture, but from memory. They come not to soak, but to soften, to remind even the sun. You don't have to burn all the time. This cloud, it's kindness, not threat. It dims the path just long enough for you to rest your eyes, to slow your pace, to feel the light when it returns. And sure enough, a few steps later it does. The moon peeks back through gold-edged and quiet, like a friend who slipped out for a moment but never left your side. The voice says gently, "Even the darkness will not be dark to me." You nod, because even now, even here, you're starting to believe it. Just because something shades you doesn't mean it came to shatter you. You stand, brush the dust from your robe, and continue walking unafraid. Let the cloud come. You'll walk beneath it without bracing, because you're not walking alone. It doesn't echo from above, it rises from within, where trust has taken root. You walk now with a rhythm that feels more like floating than stepping. The ground beneath your feet is familiar, not because you've been here before, but because you've changed. And that's when you hear it again, the voice. But not the same as before. It's not descending like thunder wrapped in silk. It doesn't curl around trees or hover above the lamb's soft bleats. This voice comes from within, and it sounds like you. Not your thinking voice or your unsure one. Not the voice you use to explain yourself or apologize for taking up space. This is deeper, gentler, like a future version of you leaned back across time to say, "You're ready." You pause, not because you don't believe it, but because you do. The breeze quiets, the trees lean in, and that voice, your voice, says again, "You were never meant to wait for heaven to speak." Sometimes heaven speaks through you. A verse rises like perfume from memory, as if it's been waiting years to be felt instead of recited. Counsel in the heart of man is like deep water, but a man of understanding will draw it out. You sit on a mossy stone, startled by peace, and you realize you've spent so long hoping to hear from God. You didn't notice he had moved in. There's a teaching passed between scribes when the candles burn low and the scrolls are put away, a truth not debated, just trusted. The still small voice isn't always God whispering from heaven. Sometimes it's God remembering his voice through you. And you understand now the whisper that told you to rest, the nudge to forgive even when no one asked, the ache to stay when it would have been easier to go. That was God. Through your voice, through your knowing. The lamb brushes against your knee, not guiding anymore, but sharing the path. You look ahead, then you smile, and without prompting, your lips move not in command, but in conversation. "I know where I'm going next." The voice inside you doesn't reply, it simply settles. Because when your own voice begins to sound like love, like wisdom, like mercy, heaven doesn't need to interrupt. It's already home. You pass it by and realize it wasn't planted tonight, but it waited for you to see. As your steps carry you forward, Something catches your eye just off the path. You turn slightly, not pulled by urgency, just a quiet tug of curiosity, and there it is. A tree. Tall, still, rooted in the hush of the meadow's edge, bathed in moonlight, like it was always meant to be here. You walk toward it slowly. It isn't grand or towering. It doesn't blaze with fruit or sparkle with divine light. No thunder rolls beneath it. No angel guards it with flaming swords. And yet, it stops you, because you recognize it not from memory, but from feeling. This tree is yours. You crouch and brush your hand across the earth near its roots. The soil is warm, familiar. And suddenly a memory rises, that time you whispered a prayer with no words. The night you offered your ache into silence. The afternoon you chose mercy instead of proof. You thought those moments passed, but they didn't. They planted. And this tree, this is what grew. A verse stirs from deep within, not spoken aloud, but woven into the leaves. They will be like a tree planted by streams of water, which yields its fruit in season and whose leaf does not wither. You lean your head against the bark. It's rough, steady, and strangely warm. The kind of warmth that doesn't try to comfort you, just reminds you you're not alone. You look up. There's fruit in the branches, but it's not ready yet. Still ripening, still becoming, just like you. There's a story told in whispers across mountaintop monasteries, passed in firelight, never ink, that each soul has a tree growing somewhere in God's garden. And no one sees it grow until they're ready to rest beneath its shade. You sit beneath the branches now, letting your back rest against the trunk. The lamb curls beside you, and together you do nothing. Not plan, not strive. You receive, and that's when you notice something else. Tiny blossoms, white and gold, have begun to fall from above, caught in the gentlest wind, not in a flurry, just one or two drifting down like the quietest amen. They land in your lap, and you don't brush them away. Because now you understand this isn't the tree you asked for. This is the tree that grew anyway. While you were grieving, while you were doubting, while you were simply surviving. And now it stands, not as proof of power, but as a reminder of presence. The voice, now so near, it could be mistaken for your own breath, whispers, even when you forgot to hope. I remembered to grow. You find it beside you, full warm, waiting, poured not by effort, but by grace. You sit beneath your tree a while longer. The breeze is steady now, not pushing or pausing, just breathing around you like a lullaby without a chorus. The lamb is asleep again this time, with its nose resting on your foot, grounding you without asking. And then you notice something near your hand. A cup. Simple clay, unmarked, the kind a potter might shape, without rushing, letting each imperfection become part of its strength. It hadn't been there before, but now it is. You lift it carefully. It's warm in your hand, not from the sun, it's night, but from within. And it's full, not brimming, not overflowing, just full enough. You raise it to your lips. The taste is impossible to describe, not sweet, not bitter. Familiar. Like memory and comfort mingled into something that doesn't demand to be named. It doesn't quench thirst like water. It quiets it. A verse unfolds gently in your chest, as if your soul knew it before your mind caught up. You prepare a table before me. You anoint my head with oil. My cup overflows. But this cup, it isn't about abundance. It's about sufficiency. You thought you were coming here empty, but someone has been filling you all along. There's a gentle teaching preserved among desert elders, rarely spoken, always lived, that says we are filled not by striving, but by staying. That presence alone invites provision. That rest is its own kind of cup. You sip again, not because you're still thirsty, but because it feels good to receive without deserving. You glance inside. The level hasn't dropped. You sip once more. Still full. And now you know this cup doesn't empty, because it isn't poured from your strength. It's drawn from grace, endless, patient, unbothered by how long you took to reach it. You lean back against the tree, cradling the cup in your hands. It rests easily there, not demanding to be finished, just asking to be noticed. The voice hums again, close as your heartbeat. Now my grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. You nod, not to agree, to accept, because maybe that's all the cup was waiting for. And now with hands that once reached for answers, but now simply hold peace, you drink. And the night wraps around you like a promise kept. It brushes past, not to move you, but to remind you how far you've come. You're still holding the cup when the wind shifts again, just slightly. It passes through the branches above you with a hush soft enough to miss, unless you're listening. And you are. Because something about this breeze is different. It doesn't cool, it doesn't warn, it remembers. The wind circles once playful and old, like a messenger who's returned from a long journey to whisper a secret just to you. And in that quiet moment, you feel it. That first prayer, the one you barely formed, the one you offered in exhaustion or confusion or without even knowing what you believed. The one that wasn't poetic or polished or planned, just honest. Maybe it was a whisper in the dark. Maybe it was a breath held too long. Maybe it was simply the word help. The wind carries it back to you, not to replay your fear, but to show you it was heard. A verse rises from memory, not shouted, just present. Before a word is on my tongue, you, Lord, know it completely. You close your eyes, and in the space between that first prayer and this quiet night beneath a tree that once grew in silence, you realize something staggering. God didn't answer by fixing everything. He answered by walking with you. Every stumble, every second guess, every half-believed hallelujah. He never needed eloquence, just invitation. There's a story whispered through early mystic writings, rarely shared, because it sounds too quiet to matter, that says the wind keeps record of every prayer ever spoken into it. And it returns not as an echo, but as reminder. You take a deep breath now, the kind that stretches all the way to your spine. And as the wind brushes across your shoulders, you whisper something you didn't expect. Thank you for not giving up when I stopped speaking. The breeze doesn't respond with words. It just lingers, like a hand on your shoulder, like an old friend who remembers the moment you first reached out. The lamb stirs beside you and looks up. You know it too now. You are not here by accident. You are here because something holy remembered every time you whispered into silence, and waited, and walked, and carried, and now has brought you home to the same wind that heard your very first prayer. It rests along your path, but now, instead of blocking you, it becomes your seat. You begin to walk again, not with urgency, but with ease, the kind of pace that belongs to those who no longer fear the silence between steps. The path narrows slightly, curling through a grove of almond trees. Their white blossoms catch the moonlight like scattered promises, not flashy, just faithful. And there it is, a stone, large, flat, and directly in the middle of the trail. You pause, Old thoughts rise, the kind that once whispered, "Obstacle." You nearly step around it, but something in you says, "Stop." So you do. And this time, instead of bypassing the stone, you sit. It's cool beneath you, solid, unmoving. The kind of presence that doesn't demand attention, only offers support. You exhale not from effort, but from recognition. Because now you remember, this stone was once your frustration, your unanswered question, your no, your not yet, your why not me. You touch its surface. It's smoother than you expected. Time has done that. And for the first time you see, this stone wasn't in the way. It was the way. A verse echoes softly, almost like the trees themselves are reciting it. I lay in Zion a tested stone, a precious cornerstone for a sure foundation. There's a belief among the oldest stonecutters of Israel, those who shape the foundations of temples and altars, that not all stones are meant to be broken or moved. Some are meant to be rested on. Because some moments of delay are actually sacred invitations to pause, reflect, and reframe. You look out from the stone's height. It's not much, but it gives you perspective. The path behind you, the branches above, the lamb at your feet. You weren't stopped. You were seated. And what once felt like punishment now feels like permission. Permission to stop striving. Permission to not always understand. Permission to be present with what is not just chase, what might be. You smile, not out of resolution, but out of release. The stone holds your weight like it was carved for that very purpose. Maybe it was. You run your fingers along a faint crack on its side, not damage, but story. And suddenly, it doesn't feel like an obstacle at all. It feels like a gift. The voice stirs again, not outside, but inside, the same voice that sounds like peace, learned your name. This was never in your way. It was where I waited for you to sit. And so you do, and you stay. And for this moment, stillness is not delay. It's devotion. It glows nearby, not lit by fire, but by hope that never needed matches. Evening deepens again, not into darkness, but into velvet. The kind of night that doesn't feel empty, only layered. You remain seated on the stone, your breath slow, your hands open. And then from the corner of your eye you see it. A candle. Simple. Unadorned. Nestled into a hollow of the stone beside you, like it grew there instead of being placed. But what draws your gaze isn't the wax or the wick, it's the light. Because this candle isn't burning, there's no flame, no smoke, no flicker. And yet it glows soft golden alive. You lean closer, drawn not by curiosity, but by recognition. This light feels known. It reminds you of the first time you chose kindness when no one saw. The quiet act of forgiveness you never spoke aloud. The slow healing that happened in silence, unnoticed but real. This light doesn't consume, it reveals. A line rises from memory, gently. The spirit of a person is the lamp of the Lord. And suddenly you realize, this candle is you. You haven't been waiting for someone to light you. You've been glowing the whole time. There's a story passed through monastic libraries, hidden in margins, rarely read aloud. It says there are candles in heaven that are never lit by flame, only by the quiet persistence of hope. When a soul endures without spectacle, when mercy is chosen without witness, when peace is held without needing proof, those moments light candles the world never sees, but heaven does. And this one, this is yours. The lamb looks up at it and blinks slowly, reverently, almost as if it sees more than you do. You lift your hand and hover it above the glow. It's warm, steady, not fragile, faithful. The voice speaks again, this time, not as a whisper, but as a knowing. You do not shine because of what you've done. You shine because of what you've trusted. You sit a while longer, letting that truth settle beneath your ribs. You don't need to carry torches. You don't need to force brightness. You only need to remember the light was never about drama. It was always about presence. You glance at the candle once more. Still glowing, still yours, still enough. And with that you rise from the stone, not to leave the light behind, but to carry its warmth in the quiet of your chest. It arrives not to fill the space, but to welcome you into it. You walk again, slow and sure, with nothing pressing behind you and nowhere urgent ahead. The path unfolds like parchment, unrolling beneath your feet with quiet purpose. And then the sound begins to fade, not abruptly, not like the hush after a door slams. It's gentler, like the world around you is holding its breath. The trees no longer rustle. The wind stills mid-thought. Even the lamb pauses beside you, ears turned outward, as if listening for something ancient. And you realize it's not absence, it's presence. The silence has come. But this is not the awkward silence of forgotten words. This is not the tension between broken conversations. This is holy. It wraps around you like a blanket still warm from someone else's shoulders. It doesn't need to say anything because it knows. There's a legend tucked deep in a scroll that never made it to canon that says, when the world was made, the final ingredient, God spoke into it, was silence. Not as an afterthought, as a resting place. A verse stirs like a breeze from within. Be still and know that I am God. And you are still, not because you're trying to obey, but because something in you remembers. You don't have to perform. You don't have to narrate your thoughts. You don't have to fill the air with prayer or praise or plans. You are allowed to just be here. The silence accepts you entirely, not in spite of your noise, but because of it. It knows how hard you've worked, how loud your mind can get, how many hours you've spent translating anxiety into strategy. And now, the silence just holds you. No transaction, no conditions, just rest. The lamb rests its head against your shin, eyes closed, not worried about what comes next. You sit on the path again, not out of exhaustion, but out of reverence. This moment, this hush, is not a pause in your story. It is the story. You feel it then. The silence is not empty. It is full of the prayers you couldn't form, the longings you didn't voice, the questions that never found punctuation. And somewhere in it is your name. Not shouted, not sung, just held. The voice does not break the silence. It becomes it. Even here, I know you, and you believe it. For once, not because someone told you, but because you heard it without hearing a word. You arrive at it, hesitant only to find it open, waiting like it always knew you'd come. The silence walks with you, now not behind, not above, but beside, like an old friend who doesn't need to speak to make you feel safe. You pass through low grass and stone beneath boughs that bow as if offering benediction. And then you see it. A doorway, no wall, no house. Just the door standing in the middle of the path, framed by two old cedar posts bound together with golden twine. It's not large, not ornate, but it is undeniably there. You slow, not out of fear, out of reverence, because this feels like a threshold, not just between places, but between ways of being. The lamb halts beside you, its ears flick once, It knows too. You reach for the handle. It's simple brass, worn, warm. You expect resistance, some tension, a latch, a heavenly puzzle to solve. But when you press your hand against the wood, it opens, silently, easily, as if it had never once been locked. And suddenly, something aches in you, a tender, almost embarrassed ache for all the time you spent knocking on doors that were never shut. You step through. The air is no different. The light doesn't change. There is no trumpet, no flash, no wings descending. But you have changed, because now you know you belonged on the other side of this door the whole time. A verse glides through like a breath over water. Ask and it will be given to you. Seek and you will find. Knock and the door will be opened to you. There's a teaching kept among the desert fathers, passed in nods, not sermons, that says, God's door opens, not because you prove yourself worthy, but because you showed up. And tonight, after everything you did, you glance back. The doorway is still there, glowing slightly in the night. Not to close behind you, but to remind you there are no locked gates in the garden of the faithful, only those not yet approached with trust. You stand inside this new space, not heaven perhaps, but something nearer. The Lamb trots through behind you, then sits, and you sit too. Not because you need to understand where you are, but because you know who opened the door. And that's enough. The voice echoes once more, a line not shouted, just softly laid across your soul. I've been on both sides of every door you've ever feared. And now, there is no fear left, only welcome. It waits gently at the center of your journey, spoken only when your heart is ready to hear it. You don't walk now, you arrive. Not at a destination with borders or walls, but at a space that feels shaped entirely around you, like a robe fitted without measuring, or a melody that already knew your breath. There at the center of this clearing is a small stone pedestal. Upon it, a scroll, sealed with wax, unmarked, but unmistakably yours. The Lamb stops beside it, then lies down with a sigh. Not tired, just complete. You step forward, hands not shaking, only expectant. You touch the wax. It melts instantly, not from heat, but from recognition. You open the scroll slowly. There is only one word written inside. A name. Not the one you were given at birth. Not the ones you've worn like armor or performance. Not the labels whispered by shame, or etched by fear, or assigned by time. This name was spoken before breath, before choice, before failure or favor, or falling or rising. You don't read it aloud, you feel it. And as soon as you do, something inside you stands taller, not with pride, with peace. Because this name, it is who you've always been. A verse drifts into the stillness, like dew rising from the earth. I have summoned you by name. You are mine. There's a sacred rumor among the most ancient of scribes, a whisper they pass from generation to generation that says every soul carries a name only God speaks. And when you finally hear it, not with ears, but with your being, something unlocks. You no longer strive to prove who you are. You simply remember. The Lamb blinks up at you and you realize it knew this name the whole time. So did the vine, the scroll, the ember, the wind, even the silence. You were never walking toward this name. You were walking with it. And now that you've seen it, everything else, the noise, the judgment, the endless hunger for affirmation slows. You hold the scroll to your chest, not like a trophy, like a heartbeat. And the voice closer now than skin or shadow speaks for the final time tonight. Welcome home, by your true name. You weep, not from sorrow, but from recognition. Because now you know you've always been known. Even in the forgetting, even in the wandering, even in the stillness between prayers, you were called by this name, and never once were you mispronounced. You stumble into beauty you didn't earn, but that waited patiently for you to rest. After reading your name, you don't move for a while. You don't have to. There's something about being fully known, not for your gifts, your grit, or your growth, but for your being that makes stillness feel like worship. Eventually, though, you rise, not to leave the space behind, but to walk forward now as yourself. The path softens again beneath your steps, moss giving gently petals cushioning each footfall. And suddenly, without any announcement or unveiling, you're in a garden. Not like Eden, there are no flaming swords or golden fruit. This garden is quiet, untamed, sacred in its softness. Lavender lines the edges. Pomegranates dangle from low-hanging limbs. Ferns unfurl like stretched prayers. And the air, it smells like rain that never had to fall. You spin slowly, overwhelmed, not by grandeur, but by grace. Because you know this wasn't planted today. This garden has been growing. While you wrestled, while you wept, while you slept without knowing what would come next. A verse floats in so gently you almost miss it. I planted you like a choice vine. How then did you turn against me? But tonight, that question feels less like a rebuke and more like a memory. Because you didn't stay turned forever. You turned back. And this garden wild, waiting full of unnoticed bloom, is proof. There's a tale shared by desert prophets, half song, half prayer, that says the holiest gardens are not those you plant in daylight, but the ones God grows while you're not looking. Because you finally rested. Because you stopped reaching long enough for heaven to reach you. You kneel beside a patch of thyme and rosemary. The lamb grazes nearby, unbothered at home. And you laugh softly, because it's beautiful. And you didn't earn it, and you don't have to. The voice is quiet now, more like wind through wheat than words, but the message settles deep. You thought healing came after labor, but sometimes it blooms from letting go. You lie back into the grass. Above the stars feel lower than ever, like old friends leaning in to kiss your forehead. And the garden, it does nothing except remain. Because this was never a reward, it was a promise. And now, you're ready to receive it. It flows beside you now, not to carry sorrow away, but to honor that it ever existed. You rise slowly from the garden floor petals, clinging gently to your robe, like memories that refuse to be forgotten. The lamb walks ahead of you again, not leading, just reminding you you're not alone. A few steps forward, you hear it. Water. Not crashing or roaring, just the hush of a stream winding through stone, the way breath curls from someone sleeping deeply. You approach. It runs shallow and clear, lined with river moss and pale stones shaped smooth by time. Moonlight rides its surface like silk. You crouch beside it, cupping your hand to gather a sip. But you pause, because you see something. Reflections move within it, not just of trees or sky, but of you. Not just now, from before. Moments long forgotten shimmer through its ripples. You alone in your room, tears falling faster than words. You holding someone's hand who had no words left. You sitting on a church pew wondering if anyone truly saw you. The stream doesn't judge them. It holds them, like a quiet archive of every ache you were brave enough to release. A verse swells in your chest, as soft as rainfall. You keep track of all my sorrows. You have collected all my tears in your bottle. You dip your hand into the current. It's warm, not like bathwater, but like welcome. And you know then, none of it was lost. No pain, no pause. No tear cried in a silent room. There's a legend passed among those who carry water in the desert, that heaven collects tears not to study them, but to plant them. And this stream, it is the proof. You trace your fingers through the current, and it glows faintly like the grief itself has been turned to golden memory. The lamb drinks quietly untroubled. You smile, because you finally believe it. What once broke you, now waters you. You cup your hands and sip. It doesn't taste like salt. It tastes like completion. Not because the sorrow is gone, but because it is held. You sit beside the stream, letting its voice hum beside you. A lullaby made of all the prayers you once whispered into pillows, all the questions you gave up trying to answer. The voice speaks not loud, not from above, but from within. None of your tears were wasted. They were part of the river that brought you here. And with that, the stream flows on, and you finally let it carry you forward. Not to forget, but to remember differently. It isn't a throne or a destination, just a patch of ground shaped perfectly for your rest. You follow the stream a little longer, its voice now softer than silence, like a lullaby that already knows the ending. The trees open wide again, and moonlight falls in full, blanketing the clearing in silver stillness. And there, just ahead, is a hollow in the grass. You wouldn't have noticed it if not for the way the lamb trots toward it, circling once before settling down, as if to say, "Here." This is the place. You approach. It's not carved, not decorated, but it fits you. A low nest of wild thyme and soft moss, the kind of place that forms not from design, but from invitation. You kneel, then lie back, and somehow this patch of earth knows your shape. Not in a metaphorical sense, in a real physical way. As if it was formed by the story of your spine, the restlessness in your ribs, the nights you curled inward searching for peace. It cradles you now. No resistance, no effort, just rest. A verse arrives, no trumpet, no angel, just a truth sliding into place. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. You stare up at the stars, not as distant hopes, but as friends now. Somewhere between sleep and surrender, you feel the full weight of what you've walked through and the grace that brought you here. There's an old tale shared only between night watch monks and quiet keepers of sacred fields, that the earth remembers the footsteps of the weary and shapes itself in secret to give them rest. You believe it now. Because this hollow didn't just happen. It waited. And now it holds you, not because you finished something, but because you stopped needing to finish everything. You sigh. The kind of sigh that empties every cupboard in the soul and replaces it with stillness. The lamb presses against your side. The voice, low, slow, familiar, speaks one last time before silence takes over. This is not an ending. This is your permission to be held. And so you are. Not in arms, not in theology, just in presence. You don't close your eyes. They close for you, because you've arrived. Not at victory, at peace. You are safe now. Not because the night has ended, but because you've let it hold you. Your breath slows. Not because someone told you to calm down, but because calm has come to you. The grass beneath you is warm. The moss wraps gently against your back, like the steady hand of a friend who knows exactly when to say nothing. The stars overhead stretch wide, but not to overwhelm, only to remind you you're small enough to rest. The lamb is asleep beside you. Its soft breath rises and falls in rhythm with yours, and the stream nearby hums low, still carrying the memory of every tear now made into song. You hear no more footsteps, no calls to get up, no distant sense that something else must be done. Because here, everything is already enough. There's a final truth, one not found in books or carved in stone, but gently passed between angels as they fold their wings at dusk. Sleep is not absence, it's trust. You don't need to stay alert. You don't need to keep watch. You don't need to keep turning pages of prayers, hoping to finish something. The voice that's guided you, sometimes booming, sometimes whispering, sometimes sounding like your own, says one last thing, even in your sleeping. I'm still here. You feel it. Not like a hug, not like a light. Like everything around you is now part of the embrace. The tree still grows nearby. The candle still glows without flame. The door remains open. And the name, the true one, still echoes quietly in your soul, like a heartbeat that was never forgotten. So now let the final layers fall. Let the thoughts slow. Let the muscles soften. Let the expectations fade like mist at morning's edge. There is no need to hold anything now. You are being held. The night deepens, but it does not darken, because you've carried the light with you. And now it is time. Time to sleep, not as escape, but as sacred rest, because you've walked the story. You've remembered who you are, and you've returned not just to peace, but to presence. End of script. Sweet dreams.